Hey, party people. It has been a minute. Let's go into our countdown and get this party started, right?
Staring at herself in the mirror on the restroom door. Voices in her head that mirror what she's heard before.
Hey, party people. Dang, y'all. Yes, Ajaz, Ash, Sherry. Who have we got in the room, guys? It's been a minute. Your girl's gotten a whole year older in my absence. Oh, guys. How is what have we got coming up? We've got the Pisces new moon. How's the Virgo full moon treating you guys? I did give you guys a pre-warning last time in my last live. I did tell you guys, look, the Aquarius new moon, Virgo full moon, Pisces new moon usually knocks me the F out. Okay, so yeah, your girl was busy working, literally. Thank you. You're older. Yep. Chapter 34. It's already been interesting, actually. It's been quite the trip already. The universe would not have it any other way. Dang, y'all. It has been interesting so far. How's the time treating you guys, though? How's the season for you guys? We're coming up to the astrological new year soon. I know we've started the new year, but we're coming up to the actual new year soon. New energies, new dynamics, new assignments, new timelines to work with. I know, Rika, you're telling me, girl, I was not sure when I was going to be able to bring my ass back in here. Okay. The energies just had me swept away. Yes, Mara girl. Listen, I've been navigating through some stuff, guys. So I went through a whole updating with I was going through this inner conflict with me doing my readings, and then obviously we came to the lesson in my Bible studies on angels and demons, and it got a little bit touch and go. Yeah, it got a little bit touch and go. I took off my mask. I was actually myself, like fully myself, because I went into that space kind of, I guess, masking, because it was easier to be able to navigate the space, to be able to get what I was supposed to get from the space. But that kind of had me conflicted with my readings for a little bit. Internally, I just had to go through the dialogue to fine tune everything. Otherwise, I would give you guys distorted impressions of what I'm sort of getting from the universe and the guides and stuff. So did not want to do that. Plus, I did not have the time. Oh, time has been timing me. It has been a challenge to be able to actually keep up with it. But I think I'm on top of it now. Yes, Kay, a while is an understatement. It has been a whole season, girl. Trust me. Like, this person coming back in here today is not the last person y'all done seen. I went through some major updates, lots of shifts, lots of integration in terms of some of my programs that were before. They no longer are. So it has been a good little evolution period. Yeah, it's been dope. I've enjoyed it. Like I said, chapter 34 started off with some great insights and a really good shed straight off the bat. Unexpectedly, but divinely timed. So we can go and dive into some stuff, guys. All the good stuff. I'm just getting all the decks together so that I'm good and ready to go to just grab the tools accordingly as it comes through. What have we got, guys? I think Ash messaged me about a list. I don't know. Do we have a list here? Let me go and see what's going on in the chat. I will tell you everything when it's my turn. Dang, Rika, listen. I myself want to know everything. Boundaries, guys. Okay, so we're doing a few things. The guides have already let me know. One of the reasons why I was struggling to be able to come into the space is because when I do come into the space, I'm here for like a good 6-7 hours. My time span is 3 to 4 hours tops. That's the capacity that I can withstand being in the space this year. So we're going to navigate with that timing. I'm going to do my best to kind of keep it to the question, unpack as much as I can. And oh, we do have a list. Okay, so let me start that. This is a list, guys. Okay. I don't know if we've added anyone to the list since then who's kind of been in. Okay, yep. Since then, I've seen Ari. I think Ari would probably be the last person on that list if that's how we're going. And we're also going to be having the, oh damn, my YouTube account. I know it's always such a challenge. My bad, y'all. Ajaz said you donated. Let me go and check out your donation, girl, so that we just kind of like get that up to date straight off the bat so we know what we're doing in the space. But talk to me, guys. How have you guys been? I know you guys are going to tell me all the good stuff when we get to you guys individually, but I'm hoping to be able to sort of hold space for everyone. We'll see. Ajaz did receive your donation, so you are technically first on the list. So this list plus Ajaz, who's now sort of skipped the queues. Svetlana, it has been a minute. Hope you're good. Let's see what we got. Oh, you met Dad. Okay, girl. Interesting. Okay. Okay, and then we got Ari added. Thank you, Ash. Yep, got it. Thank you, guys. We're going to make do. Yeah, thank you, beautiful. It has been a good one so far already. And my moon is here to greet me, which is so nice because it's been interesting. And I've kind of wanted to plant some new seeds with all these integrations and optimizations taking place. So it's a good time. I'm looking forward to sort of being in the space with y'all and touching base on everything. Okay. Interesting. Okay, we're going to go and dive into stuff, guys. We're not even going to make it too long tonight, seeing as we're navigating through limited timing. Your girl's going to have to learn how to manage her tangents. Okay, so we've got our first question. Yeah, I can pop the link in when it's your turn, Ash. What have we got? I think you're first on the list. So yeah, I'll pop the link in. All good. And let's go and get this little show on the road. All good, beautiful, all good. Okay, so, hey Jazz, I want to know what I need to know about hanging out with Celestia. And she's an Aquarius and she's a Capricorn and I'm an Aquarius. Okay. Right. We must as well, guys. Can we sort of get a little standby list together of the people that are in the chat now as well? Because I know the original list has been orchestrated and put together, but I don't know if everybody from the original list is here, and we do have people that are here now, essentially. Yeah, we'll get a little, because we don't know how it's going to go. People might miss their spots, and we want to have a standby list ready. So if we can go through and see who's here, so we can sort of have that at the ready. We're going to be dealing with optimized versions of self during this, guys. So yeah, the guides are saying let's sort of orchestrate the space as effectively as we can, because they can see a few transits in and out of the space, potentially 2 or 3 people. So let's utilize those spaces, guys. So we're going to dive into Ajaz's question. So Ajaz wants to know, oh, interesting already. Okay, we are kicking it off with undertones of the lovers. Under the bottom, question marks are there because we have some scattered thoughts, disregard for consequences in terms of certain communication. So it's questionable. Let's dive into it. Okay. What does Ajaz need to know about hanging out with Celestia? Oh, thank you. Quick and easy, guys. We're going to dive straight into it, I see. Oh, okay. Okay. There's some unfinished business with a previous situation here. Are they fresh out of something, romantically speaking? And I have to ask that question just because it's kind of like speaking about, so we've kind of come into the space with the temperance energy, right? So climate's going to be thick. There's going to be some tension. Usually that has to do with being taken for granted in a previous situation and potentially navigating through a process of purging some of the toxicities there. So is there a fresh wound around relationship stuff? Got to ask that question first so that we can sort of really unpack what's going on here with the confusion, right? Because they're talking to me directly about the confusion, which is why you're confused, because said person is also confused. Okay. No wonder the confusion is here. Thank you, beautiful. Okay, so now we can sort of dive into the real topic of discussion here. First thing that they were sort of like saying to me, and I have to speak to you about this, Jazz, right? Because why I asked the question of I'm fresh out of a breakup. Dang, no wonder the space is definitely sort of like, whoosh, whoosh. Okay, so lesson here. Lesson here, and I'm glad that you've asked this question. Oh, it's beautiful. So definitely a concoction for chaos in a bottle. Let's start there. In terms of anything romantically, this particular, I want to say class, but it's really a test. I'm going to be honest with you, because you're basically telling the universe that you don't want complicated situations. You want a love that is pretty much just transparent and authentic straight off the bat. But you have an affinity. It's kind of like an addiction, if you will. It's only an addiction because it's the algorithm. It's not to say that that is literally what you want. It's just what you have been used to. So it's the prerequisite to date. So with that, because that is a pattern, yes, girl, I'm just gonna go straight into it. You laugh, but I just, we got 3 hours, 4 at best. So we just gotta get it all the way there straight off the bat. But with the situation, they're sort of saying to me, this is your test before that season. So this particular situation, the chemistry is there, but you must read. So the thing that you are learning, which was not taught in relationship dynamics, and the universe is nice enough to be able to sort of be our parents in areas that, our parents aren't able to sort of like fully do what we need in terms of the neurological patterns. They obviously do what they know. In terms of creating a healthy situation, a healthy dynamic, you are moving away from creating romantic connections to people who are not emotionally available to you. That has been, again, like I said, they're saying it's been a prerequisite to date. The algorithm has been such, but it's no longer serving you. You know that it's no longer serving you. You don't like living in these places of confusion. But at the same time, it seems that you continue to almost be attracted, if you will. It's kind of the allure of wanting to be able to capture said attention that is like in a minuscule quantity and wanting to expand that. So I love what your soul's doing. Clearly, your soul's an alchemist, right? We love that. Yet, and however, that kind of needs to be fine-tuned a little bit, because with this particular test season, I guess, that you're sort of navigating through, if the lines, I know, girl, they talking about it too. The lines. Do you know what it is? The thing is, you want something, but you don't want something traditional. And because you don't want something traditional, it's kind of creating this illusion of some sort of dynamic of fear of commitment, which isn't true. And you need to sort of nip that in the bud, because that's what's determining your picker, right? When you talk about this type, that's the type. If you will, on an emotional plane, like that's the emotional vibration that they sort of hold, generally speaking, and yourself as well in the space, how you engage with the situation. So to recourse, right? This particular situation the universe has presented is to give you an opportunity to input a new patent, a new belief system around these types of dynamics for yourself. So they aren't available, they won't be available, they're not meant to be available, but they themselves, because of the chemistry that is shared, has also and will potentially, should the chemistry continue to be confused in its state, they will then get to a place of confusion themselves in terms of the dynamic, and it will be a prolonged period of said confusion. Ultimately, the chemistry isn't necessarily something that is going to be able to withstand the tides of what that situation might require. Okay. And that's just me being completely honest with you. They're like, at the laws of probability, the odds of it not being favorable is a 72%. And that's me sort of giving you universal, I guess, probability maths, universal maths when it comes to that. Reason being, with the situation, this person themselves as well. So the reason why this person has shown up to sort of mirror this, I guess, behavior, for lack of a better way of putting it, between yourself, is that they themselves are somebody who processes in isolation. So they're themselves, they struggle to actually communicate themselves a lot of the times, or at least it feels like they are being sort of shut down. It feels like they're dismissed a lot of the times and being silenced a lot of the times. But I also think that they haven't been able to find their power in certain situations, to really be able to speak up in the way that they need to. And I think that that is what's created this false reality, if you will, of them not necessarily being able to connect with the people around them. And you, beautiful Jazz, has come into the space, nicely present. Hey, beautiful people, I'm just kind of holding the channel, so don't mind me. I'll be back in the chat. With the situation, you have now come in, beautiful Jazz, to be able to hold space for this individual to be able to express themselves. It's an area where they're going to be able to learn how to actually communicate. They have a tendency, to this point, they haven't always been this way, but I want to say the last 5 months has been quite intense. So they're a little bit on edge. Their communication style is nonverbal, a lot of the time slightly passive aggressive for those that are in their immediate environment, because of that feeling of being dismissed. So they've kind of shut down and internalized, and yourself being in the space is there to be able to assist them. Yeah, she is very, very, very private and reserved, but that's because she feels she's misunderstood in the climate that she's in with the people around her. They seem to be having a different experience, and sometimes it feels very gaslighting for her. So she internalizes, she withdraws, and she's more of an isolated thinker. which is where you come in, because you yourself are a neurodivergent mind, so you can kind of share in her lightness of like the need for individuality. So when she's able to express certain things to you, you're not just looking at things from a generalized perception, you're actually sort of like holding space for her individual experience, right? So with that, you guys are kind of navigating through this process together. You guys are learning both together how to be able to sort of manage healthier relationships romantically. Not going to lie to you, the relationship with the partner won't last. She's going to outgrow him anyways. She's going through a healing period and process. But you aren't a factor in the breakdown of that situation. I feel like you kind of do your time in the space, which is to be able to assist her in being able to blossom in her communication. Yeah, she's a little bit passive because there's some, how can I put it? There's much to be forgiven, is how they're putting it to me. There's much to be forgiven. It's not like major stuff. Um, it's not like major stuff, but it's kind of one of those situations where she's still figuring out how to be able to communicate beyond those things. I don't know how to put it. I feel like because she's still in the environment that's making her sick, it's really quite difficult to really sort of put it into perspective. I'm trying to sort of find the verbiage here, but yeah, she's going to be sort of growing out of that space anyways. With you being in the space, the hanging out, this is a great opportunity for you to be able to have a, I guess when you say platonic, it kind of ends up in that sort of dynamic where the chemistry that is being felt in the space as well, there's a lot of care there. There's a lot of, she is helping me with my modeling career, and she is an agent, but I couldn't figure out what drew her to me. I think you guys are sitting that class pretty much. I think you guys are sitting that class. The chemistry that you guys have is your soul contract. That's what that chemistry is flowing through. Both of you guys are both manifesting something, and I don't know if you guys saw the light flash there, but they concur. The situation that you're sort of putting out there as far as what you're asking for from the universe and what she's asking for from the universe, both of you guys are a vibrational match in frequency to be able to deliver those prayers being answered, basically. So yeah, both of you guys are called and chosen to answer each other's prayers. She is a test before your season of liberation for healthy relationship, a connection that is actually solely for you. Yeah, because you guys have the same script. You guys have like the scenes kind of match. Vibrationally speaking, you guys are literally mirroring each other's internal desires, and you guys are sat in that space to really be able to live out the class and be stealthy. Like, this is the interesting thing. You guys are at the level where you're leveling up. So you guys have pretty much chosen your soul contract. You've chosen to meet each other at this level that you guys are going. You guys are going on to level 3 in your manifesting abilities. You've kind of like mastered the arts of levels 1 and 2. And when I say levels 1 and 2, I mean you've mastered the art of the mental and emotional plane, and now you're moving deeper into the spiritual plane in terms of the manifesting process and really fine-tuning, like within the body, right? The soul that's sort of like having the avatar and having its experience of the avatar. You're leveling up to a point where that connection of the consciousness that is flowing through the body is really able to be cognitive and conscientious as well as conscious a little bit more. It's kind of like it's moving up to a 67-degree percentile in terms of the level of consciousness. So you guys are awakening to a greater capacity. The ego's expanding itself, right? And with the situation, this comes with major breakthrough for both of you guys. And it's so beautiful that she's actually assisting you around the money class as well, which is, again, amazing, because when the soul contracts come in as well, a lot of because money is really sort of, it's a commodity, right? It's kind of like the exchange of time, which is also another commodity in this like physical plane. So it's great that you guys are actually being able to break through some of these paradigm shifts together. And it's amazing that you guys will be able to you guys will be able to clean what had been previously soiled, is how they're explaining it to me. Just in the thought process, the decision-making process of the past, it's kind of like rewriting the karmic fate of past decisions. So it's reinforcing your karmic, I guess, influx of energy. So the people that are coming would be a lot better suited in terms of, for her, right? For instance, she's learning what it is that she wants in a partner that allows for her to feel comfortable enough to be able to express herself, because where she is right now, she doesn't feel comfortable in the environment around her, the people around her. Basically, it feels like a gaslighting situation, like I said, but that's because they're having one perception on reality and her perception may be different. They're on different frequencies of perception, experiencing the same reality. That's all it is. She may not necessarily have anyone in her immediate circle that is having her individual frequency experience. So it feels very isolating for her being in that space. So I guess it's a case of her, just to sort of give you like a little snippet for her in terms of homework for this contract, because I'm a part of y'all's contract, clearly, hence why the question's been presented to myself. The point for her in this space is to basically really learn how to be able to communicate in a healthy way, and also know that it's safe, but also it's a case she has a tendency as well to settle for frequencies beneath her as well. And I can't say that like, you know, in an ego state, just beneath her. It's just the frequency is a little bit higher that she operates from. So this is forcing her almost. I want to say force. It's really an encouragement, but it's going to feel like a force to be able to actually make a universal request for something vibrating at a high frequency as well, as will you. That's what happens after this particular experience, this moment and this bout of clarity that sort of happens. You'll see that you guys, by the end of this year, it's a completely different dynamic in terms of the situation for you both, romantically speaking. You're both in different places. What are we? I'm seeing 8 months from now. So towards the end of the year, when you guys are talking holiday season and situations and experiences, you guys are in a different place romantically. There's people that are there for you both romantically. And at that point, it may be 2 to 3 months into the situations, right? But it feels pretty good and secure and starting from a much better place. It's vibrating a lot higher than previous situations that one had encountered before. Okay. Right. So let's dive into, we're going to dive into the guidance for you on this to close out the space, because I feel like I done gave you a whole bunch there, girl. Right, I was talking real fast because I was like letting the channel flow, because there was a lot in this space, because it wasn't just your stuff in there, it was also Celestia's. But what is the guidance then for a girl, Jazz, in navigating this space? Listen to your intuition, mama. Okay. What is the guidance? Thank you. Thank you. Okay. They're saying within the next few weeks, obviously the undertone of this to listen to your intuition. That's essentially the class that you're navigating through, right? Oh, thank you, girl. I'm glad that I could provide you with some clarity with the situation in sort of like navigating the space, because really what this was talking about was like previous investments, and how your previous investments kind of like left you being overwhelmed, and how you're no longer sort of like navigating through those types of patterns. It's really no longer serving you. And I think what it is like your excitement and your thrill for a certain type of dynamic, but that's been played out as well. The chemistry, you're going to be understanding the different chemistries that flows in different situations, so that you can understand. And this is what I was saying in the leveling up to level 3, the communication between the avatar and the soul occupying and navigating said vessel is going to be a lot more attuned. It's crazy because she is from the UK, so that explains her feeling isolated. Yes, I'm actually finally staying focused on myself. Yeah, and well, this is the thing, right? It's bringing the right people to both of you guys in the situation. It's showing as well, like within the next few weeks, you guys are going to be navigating through a a path of something better. Like your something better is going to be happening from this, like from these no's, basically these red lights that you guys have experienced in the universe, these red light sequences, the relationship situation for her, for you, like your dynamics in navigating through relationships where it's there but not really there at the same time. The ability to be fully present in this space with you has been a little bit like evasive. It's kind of like there, but you can't quite clutch it with your hands at the same time. So we're sort of cutting all of those dynamics out for the both of you guys, I guess, universally speaking. And there's no need, they're sort of saying, in terms of like to reconsider anything. There's no action to take on, I guess, the course of anything. The situation's actually sort of moving itself into the changes that are relevant. There's a lot of internalizing energy. So I can see that you guys have been navigating through a lot of confusion. There's been a lot of shadows. I'm sure you guys have been navigating through like so much internal dialogue as well, with the levels of chemistry that is kind of like electrocuting these waves inside of you guys, pulling these emotional frequencies. But the reality is the soul contract is at play, and you guys have shown up on each other's timelines to really be able to assist in the recoursing process. So that's bomb.com. Love that for you guys. But yeah, I guess they're saying like the next few weeks. What are we saying in terms of number? Okay, just under 9 weeks. Okay, I was thinking around about 7 weeks. So yeah, so about 7 weeks, and then 8 weeks. Okay, so there's about 7 weeks. What's navigating, like this whole little situation is going to make a lot more sense to you in about 7 to 8 weeks. Beautiful. Okay. The whole introspection process and going through trying to get that clarity, that's going to be revealing itself. Like you'll get to the layer of clarity that you need to know at this junction within the next 7 to 8 weeks. Okay. I hope that that was useful for you. Beautiful. Yes, it was our second time hanging out. So mini fling, lol, because she is stunning. And I honestly, like, I see that that's part of why she attracts the types of energies that she attracts. It's actually something that she needs to be mindful of. So let me drink, girl. Okay, throat dry. So part of that presumably has something to do with her Lilith, and where her Lilith sign is placed in her chart. The levels at which she exudes her sensuality, it's something that a lot of the times is unconscious behind her, right? It's unconscious for her. when it comes to her actually being able to sit in all of it as well, because she's aware that she's attractive, but she doesn't know to what magnitude. And the radiance of her light, like she's such a light internally, that is actually what is like exuding through the core of like her actual physical being. And that's actually what's sort of like drawing a lot of this energy as well to her. She's such a bright beacon as well. But I think it's really also a case of being able to manage the situation well for you guys. And I'll tell you why. Because the long term, I'm not going to lie to you, the deeper the attachment grows, because the probability of it actually being something viable and working long term sustainable, because the probability of that is so it's like the perfect setting in a soul contract, if I ever did see one, because the probability of that is like at the max, like the best that can be done with it is a 37 percentile, 37, 38 percentile probability of like success, whatever that means, right? Because of those dynamics, it's almost like a sparing, right? It's kind of like a sparing you guys of a heartbreak, but it's also a great opportunity for you guys to recourse previous heartbreaks that shares a similar pattern in frequency. But the confusion that's sort of like taking place here, you guys have a really deep love and connection with each other. This soul contract, you guys have done like other lifetimes. I'm seeing at least 3 other lifetimes together, where you guys show up in these sort of dynamics for each other, to be able to sort of mirror and heal. And sometimes the course that you guys are on are longer than others. There's been one life where it had been a significant stint of about 30 years that relationship was able, that connection, when they showed up, when you guys connected with each other, that was able to sort of continue for about 30 years. This one, however, if you guys sort of go down that route, it's going to be a shorter timeline than if you guys kind of like maintain the focus on. And another thing as well, because we spoke about the money aspect as well being sort of like embedded in the sequence. Oh my god, like this is a real good soul contract, girl. Sorry. I'm like, yes, okay. Both of you guys are about the bag as well. So those are some of the odds and variables to the situation that would almost force you to come into a space like this to have a conversation with a good old little Shakima, okay, to talk about what's going on in the file. But yes, with the situation, you guys are actually able to do a lot in terms of what you want to do, because you guys are on a certain frequency when it comes to the creative, right? And that's where you guys can actually like do some shit, for lack of a better way of putting it. Like you guys can throw some shit down, okay? Wow, because I felt like I knew her from another life, and I'm an Aquarius. You have to be very intriguing. Haha, yeah, you and I need a one-on-one, girl. I'm telling you, there's a lot in this file, but I like this file. I like this file. Like it's a nice little placement of everything, like odds and variables and everything like that is real cute. I like that for both of you guys in this situation, because don't get me wrong, like obviously because there is a natural sort of like attraction as well, it's one of those situations where it could get complicated, but in trying to actually be clear about what the situation is as early on, in moving forward, it's very easily, and again, like I said, because you guys have done this in other lifetimes as well, it's actually like probably a little bit easier for you guys to be able to, when my friend did my reading on her twin flame, came out twice, right? And this is the thing, the 2 other situations that you guys kind of like went through, the sequence of you guys' lifetime together was like this. It was just constant waves, like it would be moments to get with. So because we don't want one of those rhythms, if you don't want one of those rhythms for this lifetime, right? To maintain a more moderate like wave, right? Of how you guys are able to interact and maintain connection in the space that you guys share with each other, because the chemistry that you guys, because as a soul, right, your physiological archetypes are so naturally drawn to each other because there's so many variants of similarities and so many probabilities of change, which is why you guys have like, you know, done a few sort of lifetimes together to really be able to actually execute. And whatever you guys do, like actually get the, like, this is why I'm saying the money thing, the fact that you guys like are in the class to be able to do that as well. Yeah, the fact that you guys are in the class to be able to do that because you guys know each other and know how to be able to navigate the scope of certain trajectories, like how to project. Basically, you guys know how to project when it comes to being able to bring a creative vision together, your perception, her perception, and actually being able to cast that out there into the 3D. You guys have always been good at that, which is why you guys are placed together on this in terms of some of the things that you're looking to do as well. Yes, and I'm all about the bag. I'm going to keep it business because she's a Capricorn, that part, girl. Okay. And I never connected with a Cap like this. And yes, she is well known in the fashion world in NYC. Girl, trust me, with the situation, you guys, and this is a thing, like, I'm not going to take away because I can tell at a soul level there's a love that you guys share for each other that is like no other experience. Even the people that come into your lives as lovers after this experience will never be able to hold the place in your heart that in each other's hearts that you guys do for each other, if that makes sense. Like, they won't ever be able to sort of get Celestia to feel about them like how she feels about Jazz, and vice versa. Do you see what I'm saying? So that connection in itself that never goes anywhere, that still stays strong. But in order to be able to, because of the dynamics around this particular lifetime that you guys are navigating through, and again, because the other two were respectfully hella toxic. Okay, I'm not gonna lie to you because I didn't even go into them first because otherwise we will be here all night, girl, diving into it. But because we're gonna sort of like maintain and recall, so there may be lifetimes ahead where you guys actually get to be able to play this out romantically. But this particular lifetime, and it's not to say that that's a forever situation, even as well. That's just a for the long term now situation in the building context of things. This just isn't it, romantically speaking. But you guys get to be able to be in each other's lives for a very, very long time in this dynamic. If you guys go into it romantically, it's short lived. And that's me being like 100 with you. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot. There's a lot in this space with you guys. So yeah, interesting. Good timing though. There must be like so much in the air for 2024, but yes, girl. I hope that that was useful for you because that was a whole lot, and there was a whole lot in there. Okay, we're like a good 35 minutes into it. So my bad. I'm so happy that you were called to ask me this question, beautiful, so that we can really go and unpack the files and like, you know, get into it, like really get into it. But yeah, there's a lot going on in the other two loves. I'm not gonna lie, that's probably why the relationship dynamic would be short-lived. But business stuff, you guys have a high probability. It was something that you guys were good at even in the romantic aspect, but the romance shit couldn't work in the other two experiences. Egos were involved and it was a lot. So yeah. But yeah, happy manifesting there. Get that bag, girl. Yes, girl, thank you so much. I have the tea all the time. My life is like a Tyler Perry movie. Trust me, girl. Trust me. That's how I feel. Ash, I did just copy the stuff. Don't worry, I got you. I'm popping it out there. for the stream. Okay. It's been a good 35 minutes. I don't know if you're still up for coming on, Ash, but there we go. I'm going to have to keep hydrated during this one. I can tell. Because I'm going to be channeling so fast. It's going to be lots of air moving through me. Oh, dang. Oh, wow, guys. Okay, so there was a lot going on in the chat as well. How do I book a one-to-one? Check out the website. I think it's on the channel. Yeah, it's on the channel. You should be able to sort of book it through there. I think I've got my link tree on my Instagram still as well. And I'm so sorry, guys. I've been out here like in corporate world, like just neglecting my gift. So they've been talking to me about that as well. So I apologize to you guys. Okay. I'm just trying to get better. Right. I'm sipping. I'm telling you, girl, that one was like dehydrating, right? I'm like, We will definitely talk soon, beautiful, for sure. Okay, we got Ash in the building. Let me take the current comment off and let's get Ash in the room. Hey, girl, hey. How you doing, beautiful?
Hi.
Hey. How's it going?
I missed you a lot.
Oh, I miss y'all. Like, seriously, for
I
sure.
missed you so much. I actually dreamt you, which I mentioned in the message. I did dream
I
you.
know.
And
I
in that
know.
same dream though, I
Yeah.
also dreamt the Aquarius. He
Huh.
gave me t- uh, two wedding bands actually, a male one and a female one, gold
Okay.
wedding bands, but one was actually broken and
Yeah.
the male one was good. He told me to hang on to it, and I did see you in the dream, which I told you I saw, you know,
Yeah.
and that you didn't want me to know about what was going on with you and stuff like that. With that, I'm not going to
No.
mention it because probably you don't want anybody. But I mean,
No, you're
you know
good,
what
bro.
I'm talking about.
Listen, nothing out there. I'm good. I'm good. You can sort of like say because I thought it was interesting because so I haven't had a cycle since like November. My body's been like on a weird one. Nothing's going on. It's just my body has just decided I don't need one of those, and I'm grateful. But
No, well, actually, because okay, so he told me to hang on to the rings,
yeah,
and I saw you in the dream. You were pregnant, but you're trying to disguise it, like wearing the
interesting.
big clothes and stuff, but kind of disguising it. So I asked you, and you didn't want to say if you were
Yeah,
pregnant or not. So I was like, okay, okay. I said probably, you don't want anybody to know anything, which I
maybe we might
understand.
get to the timeline, girl. It might be a timeline. Okay, maybe we might get
But
there.
congratulations in advance.
Thank you. Okay, I receive it.
But I dreamt,
Yeah,
I really did dream. And I did tell Sammy that. I said, Sammy, I
yeah,
dreamt Shakima was pregnant in
yeah,
the dream, and I also dreamt the wedding rings and stuff like that, which I don't understand. But the thing is,
yeah.
I kind of he lost track of me because he told me
Mhm.
to stay close by, and then he lost track of me, and he got upset. But I don't know what the dream was about, what it meant actually. But I did dream you in that dream. That's how
Okay,
I'm gonna tell you that.
okay.
So yes,
There's lots going on in there. There's a whole bunch going on in there, though.
I
Definitely,
know, right?
definitely. Listen, sometimes my consciousness goes traveling, and it's always interesting for me to like get updates on what I'm out here like saying when I'm outside of my body or doing. I'm like, okay, okay. No. So I think you typed
I
your
know.
question in before you came on. Is this the question you want, girl?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't know because the thing is, I know I got triggered. I got triggered. I literally got triggered by looking at a status that he posted with him and the
Yeah,
baby, which I sent you a
yeah,
screenshot.
yeah.
And I Gil, the weirdest thing is I deleted his contact so I
Yeah.
would not get to see that status, because normally when I delete people who put up statuses, it disappears, so I don't get to see it. So I'm like, all right, cool. Well, it will disappear, and then I could always add him back if when the time passes and stuff. It's no problem. But
Yeah.
I know I got triggered by watching that video, so I was like,
Yeah.
to just remove it from there for the 24 hours, I'll be good. So I did that. But as I said, he posted it 4:58 p.m. Saturday evening, last week
Yeah.
Saturday actually. And I deleted his contacts one time as soon as I saw it. And
Mhm.
the next morning when I went on WhatsApp, guess what?
Yeah.
The video came back, but it had a green circle on it. Like if I never saw it before, it was probably like the first time you're gonna see it.
When you said
But
that, I
his
was
name
so
obviously
cool.
wasn't saved. His number was showing. So I'm like, I don't
Yeah.
understand.
Yeah. I thought the universe was funny for that one, girl.
I literally was like, I don't understand what's going on here. This never happened before. It is weird. And why? I know. I'm like, I realized it was them doing it because I'm like, no, 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 no. I don't know why you're doing this, but seriously, I really,
The
I'm
universe.
positively sure I don't want to see that video. And they should. And I was like, okay, you know what? Maybe he reposted. Maybe by some means he reposted. So I click on it, but it showed the same 4:58 p.m. the Saturday. So I'm like, okay, clearly he did not repost it. But why it had a green circle around it, and why is it still showing on my status? Came off the phone. I literally restarted the phone. I was like, maybe my phone is going crazy, so I'm gonna restart it. I restarted the phone. When I came back on WhatsApp, it disappeared. I'm like, God, thank God, it's gone. So I'm like, all right, I could go about my day being all, normal and stuff. Guess what? It showed back up again, like a few hours after. And
Yeah.
I'm like, what now? With the
Yeah.
same green circle around it. I'm like, no, 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 this can't be. This had to be a test from the universe. Seriously.
Hell yeah, the
I
universe
test
is
the
not out, girl.
I test
You
the
gonna
mission
process this one
because I know
today.
this is a test. It is a test. I was like, this is a test. I don't know why I'm being tested. I still don't know why I'm getting triggered by just seeing him with the baby. And I'm like, good Lord, why? Why?
Yeah.
So then, as I said, well, my settings on my wife WhatsApp is for only friends to see. So they cannot see my about or my picture or whatever. So it looked like, if I removed Sean, he would think that I had blocked him for some reason. And
Yeah.
but I ended up resetting that settings later Sunday evening because somebody from my past started to talk to me. I
Okay.
didn't have them on my contacts. I didn't plan to like add them on my contacts. I just wanted them to think that they're on my contacts, which I
Mhm.
which I
Yeah.
did that settings thing. And when I changed
Yeah.
it, as soon as I changed the settings, Sean messaged. He was like, "Hi, love, you good?" And that's when I was like, I know I get triggered from earlier, and I really don't want to respond because I know I might say something that I'll regret. So I'll just keep it cool and pretend it's not there. So I did that, and then I was like, I know I'm triggered. Let me tell him what's on my mind, and I did. I said a lot. Trust me, I
Oh, I
said a
can
lot,
imagine,
a lot,
girl.
a lot,
Okay,
a
good.
lot, and I know
Yeah.
I regret what I said. Seriously, when I done, I was like, oh no, oh no, what did I do?
Huh. Wow. Uh, okay, so question.
And his response was basically, okay, cool.
Oh, all of that was sorted, babe. I didn't hear none of it. Is your audio going a bit? Ash?
Yeah, my audio is
There
coming in and out for some
there
weird
we go. You're
reason.
back
I know you
good.
asked me. You said you're gonna ask me a question. I didn't hear the question though. I don't.
Oh,
I'm not
damn,
sure if
girl.
you
I
asked it
forgot.
already.
I forgot the question. No, I was actually going to ask you. I did forget the question, but I was actually going to ask you what was the feeling that spoke to him? Because it sounds like the feeling was anger a little bit, but it was really frustration. What was the frustration about, really?
Um, when I sent him the message, it was
Mhm.
anger. It was anger. It was hurt.
Mhm.
It was everything combined because, all right, and I know this
Oh, guys.
is
Can
a
we get some assistance for
habit
Ash's audio,
of mine
please?
that I need to change because he's not Instagram earlier this week. That I need to change that habit. It was me
Sorry,
before.
Ash.
So
Sorry,
yeah, but
beautiful. Sorry. Sorry. You weren't, again, your audio was doing some stuff, but I'm asking the guys to just kind of like hold your channel steady so that we can hear you as you sort of like project in. Right. Let's try that again.
oh,
Continue.
okay, yeah.
Mhm.
As I was saying, I realized when I was speaking to you earlier this week in Instagram that
Mm.
I do have a habit of, and I need to like in a long ass message saying, you know, I can express it better, basically. And I think you had told me about that before. You mentioned that
I
before
have.
that I
I
tend to
have.
be blunt and I need to
Yeah.
I need to express it in a healthier way. You did
Yeah.
tell me that, and
Absolutely.
I was
Yeah.
like, oh my god. I repeated I repeated what I was not supposed to do. But yeah, in that while I was typing that message, I was feeling all kinds of feelings. I was sad, I was angry, I was say a lot of things I need to be blunt. And I know that um I may have said some things I do regret saying. Like for example, the baby, right? Remember I told you there
Yeah.
was a baby in the
Yeah.
video. He had mentioned to me, which by the way, I forgot to tell you, after the situation with his friend,
Mhm.
remember his friend who told me a lot of stuff about him.
Yeah.
Um, After that situation, Sean actually changed a little bit. He
Yeah.
actually started to, talk to me more close to me, come and visit more often, kind of ago. I like, are you sure? Because normally when you see things like hanging out, you don't really keep your word kind of thing. And he's like,
Mhm.
yeah, I'm actually sure. So I was like, all right, cool. But I was kind of hesitant because I know, okay, yeah, we going actually have hope on it because,
Yeah.
we ain't going to set up ourselves for heartbreak,
That part too.
basically.
That part too.
But still,
We don't want to do
but
that.
today. I'm assuming he was going through some stuff. I don't know. I don't know. I did see he had posted a picture of him and he said tired on it. So I'm assuming he was busy at work or whatever. And then last week Saturday he posted this with the baby. And I may have mentioned in the spur of the moment of being triggered that no wonder you were so tired though. To even respond to my message when I had messaged you. Because you were
Oh,
so yeah, and I know that one hurt because I'm like, oh my god. And then but he had mentioned to me before that his dad had told him that he should give him some grandbabies and stuff like that.
yeah.
And in the message, I said, you know what? You actually have the experience to be a good dad there and make some babies for your dad. Is that you need to do that. And the grass is greener. I was actually being sarcastic. It's always green. You should go for it. And I mentioned all that glitters is not gold. I don't know why I said these things, but yeah, apparently I did. I did say these things to him, which I do regret now. So yeah, but
Thank you for sharing. No, you're good. You're good. I caught bits and pieces. It was such a challenge, girl. I'm not gonna lie. I was out over
plot
here like using the whole team.
twist,
Like, oh my God, I was fine tuning.
I
I got bits and pieces.
honestly thought that he would have blocked me after that situation. I don't understand what's going on with the internet though. I'm literally next to the router. So I'm like, what
No,
is going
I,
on?
I don't think there's anything going on with your situation. I think there's just a distorted communication in the situation. But I'm thinking, good thing that we did actually touch base over IG, because I think I've got bits and pieces and gist of the stuff that you were putting out there. I had to listen to some of it like remotely by being able to put certain things together, but you're good. Um, so with the situation, I'm gonna dive into your question. But with the situation, because they're like, yeah, look, let's have a look at the question. With the situation you mentioned, you're surprised that he didn't necessarily sort of block you. You guys are kind of like moving into a different sequence and pattern with the situation. Obviously, I asked you, I was like, you know, obviously with the triggers sort of coming up and you sort of reacting to the situation the way that you did, obviously it lets you know that you care deeper than potentially you'd like to sort of obviously admit to yourself potentially. And I think that that's why the universe continued to remind you and remind you. It was just like, girl, I said. And then you was like, no, but I don't want to see. And then the universe was like, girl, I said. Okay. So it was kind of like one of those situations to force you to actually feel. So basically, the universe is like, if you want this person, decide that you want this person, right? So it's one of those situations where the universe is kind of like asking you to be clear because their heart is potentially changing towards you in the sense of um if you have a desire, there is a stronger probability, not necessarily to get what you want, but to find a nice medium between what both of you guys actually need in the space. Um, they're still not necessarily there where they're 100% ready for commitment. It's not really a situation. That's not their first priority, which is very clear. Um, and however, I think the universe is kind of like asking you in the situation, is this something that you desire? And there is a probability, if you will, for change, depending on you being able to actually acknowledge and validate how one feels, essentially. So I think that that was kind of like, I guess, the in your face moments from the universe that you kind of like experienced with that status thing. It was like the guys are saying, girl, what you want? And then he was like, I don't want to see it. And then they're like, girl, what you want? Because like this is what's going on over here. Like, how does this make you feel? Because this is potentially like you acting like you don't really necessarily want this guy. This is potentially what you could be navigating through. This is potentially what you could actually be experiencing and watching this shit from the sidelines. So you want him or not? Sorry, I'm just giving it to you, raw girl. On that part.
Oh my God. At least I understand where you're coming from now. At least I understand what was really, because I'm like, why did this happen? And yes, you are right, because I do have feelings for him and I do care about him. It's just that I'm scared to tell him because I don't know how he will respond.
Yeah.
That's what's going on. I don't know if he would respond in a good way or a bad way. That's
Yeah. And I think, like, if anything, this particular one, right, like this particular trigger sort of coming up, lets you know to sort of like acknowledge and validate the feeling and then obviously move from there. But also, like, it gives you an opportunity to then prepare yourself for if you go and present, if you move past some of those fears and present, like I said, with the situation, it's a case of finding the right medium because yes, you've got feelings. I think he himself has found himself with feelings. He himself has caught feelings, Scorer. Okay, everybody's in this nice little Fieldsville, and I think it's one of those situations where there is internal conflict about it because, like I said, he's not necessarily ready to completely commit in a committed sense, right? And I think that those are some of the things that you would have to clarify through a conversation together to really understand what was, like what's possible in this space. I think in this particular situation as well, the feeling that you're feeling of like regret, that's because you know that you can obviously do this better. You want to, and obviously he is clearly. And I think I see sort of like what the universe has been doing here because I remember when I said to you about this person before, I was like, you guys are going to grow. In the time that you guys kind of like share space together, right? And I can see that there's already a lot of growth happening in his space and there's growth happening in your space where you're obviously now, okay, class is going to present itself so that you can move past that fear of, I guess, rejection, because that's really what it is, right? The truth is you're going into it knowing that he doesn't necessarily want a commitment, but what do you want that isn't necessarily that? If you want him, and you want something with him, which is kind of like what you guys are currently doing now. It's just more or less getting a little bit more of a clarity on what exactly that is. And maybe just kind of like understanding what the expectations would be like in that space instead of it kind of actually being in limbo where there's a lack of clarity, where both can sense and feel that there's feelings for each other, there's care for each other, but there's not necessarily the level of respect of it being a relationship as such. And because that isn't necessarily the case, it's almost like, oh, well, you can't make these claims or you can't make these expectation requirements type thing. Feel me? So to clarify
yeah,
some
that
of
makes
that
sense.
distortion that's going on in this space, the conversation, right, then presents room for an actual conversation to take place where this pretending to be in a situationship but really actually sort of not necessarily wanting to be in a situationship but wanting to be with each other but not wanting a relationship at the same time. It's very loaded, right? Because you guys want each other but want different things at this particular time of your course together, right? So I think it's a case of fine tuning some of those desires and finding the right compromises for where you guys are right now in terms of your growing process. I think he may surprise you. I don't necessarily think I'm not going to say I don't necessarily think it's a fear of reject. I don't necessarily think it's a case of rejection as far as the outcome. I'm being completely honest with you to let you know that he's not necessarily looking for a relationship as such, and he'll have the same conversation with you. But going into the space, preparing yourself for that understanding, because he's been very clear about the fact that that's absolutely where he is at the moment. What is it that you want with someone who doesn't want a relationship? Let me ask you that question.
That's a good question. I didn't think about it that far. To be honest. I'll
No, and
be
I really
honest,
wonder.
I didn't think about it that far. I mean,
Well, that's
I
homework.
could understand why he would not be ready for a relationship with me in
Mhm,
particular because
mhm,
there is a significant age gap between us. He is
mhm,
like literally 21 and
mhm.
I am older, much older.
Right. I was gonna say the same thing, bro. We ain't asking for no details. You good.
but I am much older than this young man. So
Yeah.
I can understand why, that
Yeah.
part. I mean, if I was younger, yeah, it would not be a problem, but I
Yeah.
am older.
Yeah.
That is, and judging by Caribbean people and stuff like that, we all know the Caribbean people be judging. Let's be real, you be judging. Not like America where they don't judge, but I mean, not as far as I could see. But in the Caribbean, if a younger guy goes with a much older woman, we are judged for that. If we say,
Yeah.
oh my God, she old enough to be his mother. Seriously, you know, that kind of thing. So I'm like, mm,
Ah.
I
Oh, scenario said
understand.
get the Similac Ash.
I understand his point of view because I think about it too. I'm like,
Yeah.
what if we really go out in public and I actually hold his hand and stuff? I
Yeah.
know it will have people watching and be, especially Trini people. Let me be real.
Yeah.
We be watching and judging. So you know that there
Okay.
will be, so it's not like if we could actually go out and be like affectionate with each other
Mm,
outside without being
mm.
judged. There,
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
will be a task and a hurdle to go by. So I can
Mm.
understand that part. I'm fully aware of it.
Yeah.
Aware of it. But yes, I do care about him. I mean, besides the intimate parts of things, he is a good person,
Mm-hmm.
and I have seen him grow
Yeah.
from when I first met him
Mm-hmm.
to no, when
Mm-hmm.
things have changed, he has changed. He
Yeah.
literally moved away from working for his aunt, actually learned to do EMT. He
Mm.
has, evolved. I mean, the way
Yeah.
of him thinking from when I first met him to now, he's more mature, which
Yeah.
I am very proud of. I even taught him how to, do glass engraving and stuff. He did it.
Yeah.
He actually
Yeah.
picked up on it. I was so happy and proud of him, and I
Yeah.
am still proud and happy. So beside, and then we have a really good friendship. I could talk to him, and that's what I realized last time he was here though.
Mm.
He had the opportunity to leave because he kept
Yeah.
saying, I have to leave in 5 minutes, but he actually stayed longer than that. I'm like, why did he stay? And even though I tried to like run him out of the house, he still
Mm.
stayed, which is weird because I'm like, huh, interesting. But yeah,
Yeah.
he
Yeah.
actually stayed, and I'm like, wait, nah, he actually want to be here? Really? Really?
Yeah,
You
because
know?
there's feels in the space. So I think really having that conversation of what the situation actually looks like, maybe having that dialogue with yourself a little bit more to clarify exactly what you do want, knowing that these are probably some of the variables and some of the odds that you're up against, because outside of just what other people are going to say, it's also a case of what those projections does to the space that you guys are building and how that affects the internal space as well. um, so yeah, like that internal dialogue, it's something that you guys will both be navigating internally as well, other people's external projections, feeling what they would project as either both of you guys to feel some sense of shame and all of these types of things. So it's something that you would really need to sort of like sit and think and discuss with yourself internally, actually, and get a little bit
True.
more of a discovery on how you would actually navigate a situation like that. Because, right, so with the situation, right? And I said to you guys, obviously, there will be tremendous growth. And I said to you because he wasn't necessarily ready. And this is ages ago. They're kind of like taking me back to a previous reading to be able to bring me to now so that we can move forward. So hang tight with me here, girl. So we
Mm.
spoke previously about, the fact that you guys will come together and you'll be able to grow tremendously. And they will be opportunities for you guys to really navigate through some of the, again, for him and stuff, I'm seeing sort of like financial failures, tendencies of being overwhelmed. I think for you with the situation as well, right? And where there would present sort of challenges to the situation for yourselves in navigating the space is the communication aspect. I think that that's potentially something that has been highlighted, and that's why it was highlighted previously. So that's okay in the dynamics that you guys have now, but that version of you isn't something that he can withstand in a relationship dynamic. Obviously, he prefers in that space a little bit more of a gentler, I guess, approach in those dynamics. And you're good for it because you provide that you're actually safe place in other spaces where you're not necessarily feeling triggered, right? It's one of his places to feel most at home. Yet, with the situation where you guys are now, where you've learned a lot, you've grown so much, it's a case of deciding how you want to grow together or sharing space together moving forward. So what that means is if you were to sort of like go into the space of manifesting romantic reality in a somewhat more clarified, achievable state, because right now it's not a relationship, but it's kind of a relationship, more like a situationship type thing. He's not necessarily ready per se for a relationship, but he'll probably surprise you in acknowledging that he himself has feelings. I don't know why that would be shocking to you, but maybe the way in which he expresses it when you actually share your feelings is probably what's surprising for you. But his actions have been saying it all along, even though his actions also say contradictory feelings as well. Both feelings exist. Both feelings are true. They're just from different timeline or different moments where they have occurred. So what do I mean by that? So he does have feelings for you, and at other times he is reserved about having feelings for you in other instances because he wants to be a free agent. He wants to be able to be out here and explore. He feels like he's still got more life, he wants to just be out here thatting if he wants to. Okay, he wants to be outside if he wants to, type thing. He just wants to know that he has the option, not necessarily that that's the only desired path. He just wants to know that he has the option. So because of the fact that it's just an option for him, not necessarily the only desired path, he is potentially open to something that isn't as restrictive as the confinements of a relationship. But I think you guys would have to have that conversation to really clarify whether or not that's something that you want as well, because you mentioned that obviously you're a little bit more wise, okay, in your experience of being here for a little bit longer, is how we'll sort of put that. And with that situation, you yourself as well, obviously time is a factor in how you decide what romantic relationships to invest in. Obviously, this is a situation that takes some time for him to potentially get to where you are in terms of the things that you want. Again, you guys want the same things, just not on the same timeline, because he's obviously having a different experience. You're at the urgency stage of your desire, and he's more at the clarifying priority stage of the desire. Two different stages of it. So you just kind of have to take your time and really sort of think about what you want to do with the situation, because the truth is, the longer you continue in this dynamic as well, the more attached you're going to get and the deeper feelings are going to grow. And I'm not going to say the more likely you are to be triggered, because I think that the triggers are stuff that you can work on. Like now that you're accepting more so that there is feelings there and you can sort of like live it out loud, I think that lessens the the impact, I guess, of some of those like blows to the ego. Obviously, seeing the child created all of these assumptive thoughts and your mind ran away with itself, right? And now the ego is sort of like triggered and it wants to be able to obviously protect self. It wants to protect its ideations of not being hurt and wanting to be able to feel protected and safe. So that's what obviously the spat was. That's not something that he can withstand, putting my fingers in quotation marks. His ego is far too fragile to be able to really withstand that in a romantic sense. And when I say far too fragile, I mean he can take it, like as far as like hearing it and stuff like that. But he also is somebody that lets things bleed in unconsciously as well. So he might be fine in the moment, and then you see him manifest it as withdrawn behavior, where he just doesn't necessarily speak. He's not vocal. He's not contactable for days upon end, because that's how he deals with, I guess, some of those types of situations. It's not a conscious thing. It is actually just how he deals with things, because he has a tendency of like sweeping things under the rug himself. That's just kind of the way that he deals with things. It's a coping mechanism. So because that's the way that he deals, the way in which you may appear to be direct in your communication, in order to navigate a viable relationship or something beyond where you guys are at the minute, it requires a gentler approach on your end. So
Yes,
we're going to dive into your question
I'm aware.
with the cards
Yes, it
quickly.
does. It does. Thing. Oh, there's a plot twist though. I forgot to tell you.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, somebody came back from my past.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Aquarius, and we did hang out a couple of times. And
Okay.
this guy actually gives me anything that I I want, basically. So I'm
Yeah.
like, is this a test from the universe
Yeah.
telling me, okay, here it is that I'm giving you a guy who could give you anything that you want,
Mm-hmm.
and then there is Sean, who may not be financially at that point right now, but you know, he's still working on it. So I'm like, at this stage where I'm like, okay, here it is. I can get anything that I want from this Aquarius. And then there's thing. But here's the thing though. The
Mm-hmm.
Aquarius, I found out, because I'm like, okay, he tried to get romantical with me, but
Mm-hmm.
I realized I kept rejecting him. My body literally is like rejecting him. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
like, mm-mm. I kept thinking about Sean. I'm like, no, 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 no. I actually like Sean. But
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to figure out why it is that I'm rejecting literally, because here it is, the universe is giving me someone who can give me anything, but
Yeah.
I'm rejecting it. I'm literally rejecting it. It's like, okay, I don't want it. But then I don't know what made me ask him though.
Mm-hmm.
The Aquarius. I said, when exactly were you going to tell me that you were seeing other people?
Mm-hmm.
Because I got that vibes. I got that vibes. I picked
Yeah.
up on the vibes that he was not just interested in me, but other people. And
Yeah.
he was in shock that I actually said that. He was in
Mm-hmm.
shock. He got triggered too. And he was
Mm-hmm.
like, what? And then he's like, you know what? I think we should be friends. Just like that. I'm like, okay, but why are you getting triggered? And he's like, to be honest, um, there is one friend of mine that I do have feelings for, but she told me that she's not ready for a relationship yet. And I'm like, okay. But
Mm-hmm.
my mind is picking up on more than one person, though. There's more than one person in this scenario, but he's just
Yeah, that
pointing out
he's
this
just saying one to
one.
be able to deflect the energy.
Yeah, because I'm strongly, I don't know where this came, because I was in shock. I even said it. I'm like, why did I even say that out loud though?
Mm-hmm.
you know? But
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, but why it is that I can tell that he's lying. He's lying. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
like, oh, I realize this is a test. This has to be a test from the universe. I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
wow. I mean, my intuition was on point on that one with the other people that he. obviously potentially seeing, but
Mhm.
so yeah, so that was the plot twist there.
No, well,
I
it's
realized I'm like,
interesting.
nah, I actually like Sean, honestly.
Well, there you go. Again, this was the whole course, I guess, of this whole testing. It's like, what is it? What is it? The universe just wants you to be like completely honest and transparent. So that which you intend to
Yeah, and there
manifest.
was a time when Sean was here,
Mm.
and he called.
Okay.
The Aquarius actually called a time when Sean was here, and Sean literally took the phone. I was watching the picture show up on the screen. I was
Mm.
like, huh. And I was like, oh, I'm not gonna answer that. He's not important. He's like, mm-hmm. I was like, yeah, he's not important, really. But I see he like looking at the guy picture like, uh-huh. And his name
Yeah,
and
but he can't say
everything.
shit
He's
either.
literally like
That's how that goes.
looking
That's how
at
it
it. He didn't
goes.
want to
It's
put
how
on
it
the
goes
phone.
when
I'm
you
like,
sort of don't
you know,
necessarily
you
want
can put on
to.
the phone.
Yeah, but when you don't make any claims, you kind of have to be prepared to deal with those types of situations. It kind of comes with the sort of like if you don't want a relationship, you kind of have to be open to what comes in a situationship dynamic. You are the right now situation, and I might have another situation later. That's how that goes. Just being honest.
True,
That's
true.
it's just a pattern. It's a pattern of how that goes. So unfortunately, he just had to swallow that one. He had to charge it to the game, because he doesn't want a relationship. So he can't necessarily be possessive about something that he doesn't necessarily want to claim as his. It's just how it goes. I'm sure that hurt his ego a little bit, but it's interesting to see that they have a crossover. So they must be, Sean must be a continuum because he's the X, the Aquarius, you said. So Sean must be the continuum of his previous pattern, which is why their energy seems to be crossing over or engaging or interlapping with each other. So um
Oh, makes sense, actually.
previously, was the situation with the Aquarius kind of like non-committal but figuring it out type situation?
Actually, this is not the Aquarius. This is not the Aquarius was with my friend. This is Aquarius from school. Um, we were actually good friends,
Mm-hmm.
and we had a situationship. Actually, not a relationship, but a situationship because
Yeah, that's what I was asking
I
to
don't want to go
clarify.
into I don't want to go into details because I mean I don't want
Yeah,
to put the
okay.
man stuff out there. But I honestly thought at one point that he was either gay or bisexual, to be honest.
Okay.
And yeah, and why we stopped talking was we had made a hmm, a agreement basically
Yeah. Yeah.
that we were both single
Yeah.
at the time, and we would teach each other certain things,
Mm-hmm.
and if it is that one of us happens to catch feelings for the other, right,
Mm-hmm.
we would tell each other, we would tell each other what's going on and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And if we happen to meet someone else that we like along the way, we would inform each other so we would know to end this situation between us, right? That
Mm-hmm.
dynamic. And he agreed. But I started to catch feelings for him. And I kind of
Mm-hmm.
jokingly mentioned, I was like, so by chance, have you caught feelings for me as yet? And he's like, no, Ash, no, not at all. And I was like, uh, okay, cool. He's like, you? And I was like, nope, nope, there's no feelings here. I'm good. And I
Okay.
just
Okay.
left it as that. I was like, all right, well, apparently he's not has no feelings. So I'm like, all right, cool, no problem. But it was when Valentine's Day came around, I thought he would have asked me to hang out, um,
Mm-hmm.
but he did not. And I was like, but that's weird. And I knew he was coming home early because he mentioned it. So I'm like, but I know normally we hang out and stuff, so how come he's not, asking me to hang out with him? I mean, it's Valentine's. I don't want to be alone. I'm sure he don't want to be alone. So yeah.
Yeah.
But it's when we went to dinner few weeks after, the waitress who is a Jamaican, she real cool with him and stuff. She was like, because she know he kept bringing me there to hang out and stuff, so she's aware of me. She's like, so how come you told me that you were coming here for Valentine's and you were gonna bring your friend? And I saw him when she said that, giving her some sign language not to say anything,
Okay.
literally. And she kept
Yeah.
talking, and she's like, "But I told you for me that you were gonna bring her here for Valentine's, and and I was looking out for you, but you didn't come." And he was literally doing like do talk kind of motion, and she kept
Okay.
talking, and then I realized, okay, something's up because he didn't ask me anything about Valentine's, which is weird. And
Yeah.
then he was like, then here's the thing, he told her, "Oh no, I end up taking the person somewhere else for dinner." I was like, wait, what? Wait, what? That wasn't me because you didn't
Okay.
even ask me out for Valentine's. So then who did you take out for Valentine's? And I thought we already agreed that, we wasn't going to, wasn't going to keep secrets. We were going to tell each other if we met somebody. So yeah,
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't understand. And that's when the COVID pandemic thing happened and he was laid off. Um,
Yeah.
and he stopped talking to me. And I was like, I don't understand what was going on. I kept reaching out to ask him if he's okay and stuff like that. He refused to answer my messages. And
Mm.
that's when I finally got through to him and I was happy. I was like, are you okay? Whatever. And he's like, Ash, I'm just dealing with a lot right now. And why it is that you asking me this question? He was like, a real he was like, oh, why are you asking me these things? Why you and everybody else want to know these things? I'm like, I'm just concerned. I haven't heard
Yeah.
from you for more than a month now. Just worried about you. You know, I know
Yeah.
how things are. We can't go out because we were in lockdown basically. But
Mm.
he was like, he stopped talking after that again. It's only when we were able to go back out after COVID and stuff like that we could get to go back out. Um, he actually messaged, and when he messaged, he was like, I was actually thinking about you today. I was like, really? He's like, yeah, that's when I took my friend out for drinks, and he just seriously, you gonna tell me that you took a friend out? Which when he says friend, I know it's a woman. When he says partner, it's a male. So I know it's a girl he took out. So I'm like, okay, cool. I blocked him one time. He's been blocked for 3.5 years until last December when our form teacher had passed away, and I just unblocked him to tell him that because I know nobody else wouldn't can tell him, but I did inform him. But for some reason, I didn't block him back, which is weird. And that's when he reached out and we started talking. But apparently, when I told him that I blocked him for 3.5 years, he was not aware of it, which was weird. He thought that I had changed number. I was like, how could I possibly change number when it's the same number I messaged you from before and I'm using the same number now? He's like, you really blocked me? I was like, yeah, I did. You triggered me. I blocked you. He's like, really? I was like, yep. The mess with me. Seriously. Not when I get triggered. Seriously. And then
Everybody can get
I
it.
happened
Yeah.
I happened to mention to him, I was like, to be honest, the truth is I had caught feelings for you. And then I brought up that incident when we were in the car and I said, did you get feelings for me? And he told me no. And he was like, really? He was like, but Ash, I didn't know. You didn't tell me. I was like, yeah, because I thought you would have felt the same way, but apparently you did not. So, and then he's like, no, I think we should be friends. I'm like, okay, cool. Yeah. But that was that.
Okay.
That's
Okay. Okay. Interesting. Thank you for sharing that as well, actually, because I guess I understand the continuum of that class in essence, because you're obviously still. I know previously, last time it was a case of, and again, I think I'm going to be honest with you, girl, okay, because I always keep it true. I think a part of why you're experiencing this pattern of, I'm not going to say emotionally unavailable men, because I think that they are emotionally available to the capacity that you pretend to be. And I'm going to say pretend to be because you want a lot more than you let on that you want, but you settle, which is why you tend to end up with some of these circumstances that you do manifest. I'm just going to be honest with you. But with the situation with Sean, I guess you get to get an opportunity to face your fears and actually allow for things to play out. That's why I'm like, okay, with this situation, it was funny because the universe was like, nah, girl, I loved what they did with the WhatsApp. That was hilarious. Remind them to like do that one again for me in another life. When you get up. We can all have a discussion about it, okay? Because I'm sure that one will be funny to me in the next life. But with the situation obviously presenting itself, the universe is just asking me to be transparent. It's kind of like saying like, what's the worst that can happen? Do you see what I'm saying? And if this is oh, Ari says she thinks she's gonna come on StreamYard today. Okay, girl. So if this is like something that you want, I know previously he wasn't necessarily in a place to provide you with a relationship. So this is something that you have to kind of like prepare yourself for going into the space with Sean, but actually being honest about your feelings. Because again, what happens with transparency is that you obviously project that out into the universe and the universe starts to reflect that back to you. So Sean may not be necessarily at that place right now, but he's already caught some feelings, and those feelings can likely grow into something. I can't promise that it's going to grow into exclusivity because, like I said, he's really not necessarily at a place where he wants commitment per se. But it's a case of really, because you clearly have decided that this is someone that you want, and that decision, I guess, had been made some time ago, and you have allowed like the now experiences that you guys are having. But I'm gonna they're saying sort of like pull some cards. Okay. Okay, what does our girl, I know, Sammy, I've got your question there. I've started already. What does our girl Ash need to know about the current situation with Sean? Okay. Feeling stuck. That's the undertone. Okay. Talk to me about it then, guys. What does she need to know about the situation? There's an attraction, okay. Okay, thank you. Okay. 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 Sorry, I'm like checking out all of the details. I'm not gonna lie to you, babe. They're literally saying exactly what I've just said in card context. They're saying basically, you know, kind of there's still a connection there emotionally, but the challenge that you guys are sort of like navigating is the third party situations, and that will continue to be a thing moving forward. So it's a case of understanding what does one want to do, because the undertone of this whole situation is avoiding responsibility. And when I say avoiding responsibility, it's not wanting to necessarily be responsible for anybody's feelings that is involved potentially in these third party situations, essentially. So what do you guys advise our girl Ash to do in the situation then? Talk to me about that. Okay. What do you got? Thank you. Communicate clearly. And even like, girl. That's
exactly what you've been telling
okay.
me.
Okay. Sometimes I like to obviously go to the cards so that obviously it can present itself so that you guys can get that validation, because obviously the communication that I get is presented through my clairaudient and my clairvoyant senses, but this gives you guys an opportunity to be able to validate, right? The undertone, ask your angels and communicate clearly, because pretty much like, obviously, and when I say ask your angels, they're asking you to utilize beings of the highest vibrations, right? Not necessarily going into the space to be able to express yourself from that place of fear of rejection, or from that place of, you know, it not necessarily working out in your favor. You don't have to then shut back down, even if he decides to, like, let it be known that he doesn't have feelings. And again, people get this twisted and confused a lot of the times, right? So even if he presents it like, oh, I don't have feelings for you, that's not true. He does. He just doesn't want a relationship. So ask him to clarify the two. Is it that you don't have feelings and you don't care for me in a romantic sense, or is it that you care for me and you like me in a romantic sense, but you're not looking for a relationship right now and you're in a non-committal stage of like your experience? Because I get it if that's the case. So having the conversation, being able to sort of like clarify that, because I think that's what happened in the previous situation with Mr. Aquarius, and he wasn't able to verbalize exactly that. He just was in a non-committal phase of his reality, and then also he was in a situation where I wouldn't say the females around him was necessarily allowing it, but they weren't necessarily asking all the right questions, so he was able to get away with a lot. Do you see what I'm saying? And where you kind of, I guess you're playing that situation out pretty much in this space, and you're getting a do-over, if you will, new person, new situation, new dynamic. You've kind of essentially had the same experience where you've caught feelings again. It's still a situation for different variables and odds this time, to give you an opportunity to really actually face your feelings. So communicate what you actually feel in the space, what it is that you're actually looking for. And oh, Ash is gone. It's gone. But yeah, she just needs to communicate clearly. That's it, really. That will bring the success that she's looking for. Ash, girl, I know you're probably coming back into the chat, right? But yes, communicate clearly, and that will bring you the success that you're looking for. Not necessarily the outcome that you're looking for, but the success that you're looking for. You will then be able to find true love by being able to express honestly your love, your desire to be loved, your desire to love, and really having to play out from there. Okay. Oh, I got private chat. Sorry. I can't hear you. We'll go back in the live and respond from there. Yeah, girl. Okay, that went off. It's funny because they were telling me about the timing and stuff like that, in terms of moving on. So I guess they made that, they sorted that out. Sorry. Okay, good. I'm glad that you understood. Also, I hope that that was useful for you, beautiful. So I'm gonna have to move on to Sammy now. Okay, guys, let's go and dive into it. Samantha, I have your question started already, so let's dive into your question, babe. What should I know about my ex? He texted me after more than a year and more. Interesting. I think I remember speaking to you about something about the ex sort of playing out. How do we break the silence? Breaking the silence, guys. It's going to be down to you, my love. It's going to be down to you. Yeah, it's going to be down to you. Lots of major arcana situation, I guess, going on. We've got Temperance, Star, Empress. So it's a big switch in situations, I guess. You probably would have to make the first move just to sort of check in. and apologize, because that was one of the questions that you asked me. Should you apologize? Yes. If you have regrets, the only thing that is going to free you of the burden of that regret on your heart and soul is an apology. It also puts you in an elevated state of vibration as well. Okay, so reach out. You're reaching out for the apology, and to really be honest with him about why you did actually lash out. Because it's one thing to be triggered, but not every trigger actually sort of like warrants a response. But you needed to speak that out so that you can get to this moment of the apology to explain to him why you needed to be that verbal in the situation. Good times, girl. Let me know how it goes. We're growing, guys. I'm so proud of us. Sorry, sidebar. Okay, Sammy, going into your question, beautiful. Right, perfect, my love, perfect. And keep me posted. I'm gonna try and get like back into the streets on a regular basis now that that whole updating process is over. Usually after the Pisces new moon, this happened last year as well. I don't know if you guys clocked it. I gave you guys a warning then as well, and I was down for weeks as well. I think it was 6 weeks then as well during the optimizing process for me. But I'm gonna be able to moderate to some degree from here moving forward. So yeah, my YouTube account. You were on the standby list. I asked them to create a standby list because the original free list was full, and the standby list were for people who were in the chat hoping to get a free reading, just so that we can get a clear visual on who's actually present. Just in case anybody, because I got the sense that there might be 2 to 3 people by the time I get to them that may not be available for their reading, so we can get some people inserted in those slots. Okay, so that's what that is. But yes, let's dive into it, guys. Don't worry though. I got the gym, I guess, 10:30 in the morning, so I'm up for about 10ish. I can be out here for a good little while to some degree. Moving forward, guys, I'm giving you guys, they sort of like gave me the green light that I'm going to be in here for a little while tonight because I hadn't been in this space for a while. But moving forward, our window will generally be about 3-4 hours because of how my pattern's going to be moving forward. Just a heads up. Okay, sorry, I'm dry as well. Dry as y'all. Okay. Oh, you're good, girl. Thank you for the apology. It's all good. I think obviously this is why they gave me like a little bit of a grace period with the situation, just because we haven't seen each other. There's a lot to update and catch up. Sammy, this is why I was like even touching in on your sort of situation, because I remember saying something about the ex sort of like lingering in the space for a good little period of time. So let's go and dive into it. Okay. So what should Sammy know about the ex who's recently texted? Oh, interesting. Interesting. He's got some baggage emotionally in the space when it comes to you. I'm assuming third-party situations are part of this dynamic that's going on. Sorry, I'm laughing, beautiful, because he's having some regrets with the said third-party situation, which has recourse him. And I think I spoke to you about this before. This is what they were saying. Okay, so this is what they were saying to me before. Previously, we had spoken about this, where I said to you about him basically coming back with a sense of regret because he kind of goes out and sort of like sees that shit ain't always, the grass is not greener on the other side. It's about how well you take care of your grass. Okay, you got to whisper to your grass. You got to talk to your grass real nice. on this side. Okay, anywhere you go, you got to maintain the grass. So I think he's kind of like learned that lesson, but we're going to dive into it and really sort of unpack it. That's why I was laughing, because they were like pretty much basically it was funny. It was funny. It was just funny because they were telling it to me, it all happened very quickly in consciousness. I can't even put it into words, but yeah, let's dive into it, guys. Put it all into, lay it out for me, okay? Lay it out for me. Let's see. Well, oh, damn. Okay. That's how you do that. Thank you. Okay, there's three different factors to this situation. So we're going to go and unpack all three of them individually and dissect it. Interesting. Okay. I know, right? I miss y'all. Trust me. I was like, oh my God, this corporate version of me, is this? I remember I was asking the universe, I was like, is this who I am now? It was so depressing, y'all. But yeah, I'm glad to be back. And I'm even better than ever, guys. Like, now I'm not like in any distortion. Like, I love the reality that this is actually me. This is who I am. I was like navigating through a little bit of internal conflicts, religion versus who I am. It was a lot, but I updated and integrated. It was bomb. That calm. Okay, so this is interesting. Okay, let me take it all in, because like I said, there's three different snippets of what's going on with the situation. They're giving me three different scenarios of the situation. So let me take it in. Okay. Oh, okay. I was like, wait, got worried. Oh no, I know. Oh, this is interesting, Sam. This is interesting. Okay, so let's dive into the first snippet, right? The first tidbit that they're talking to me about. This is really interesting as well, because this was a major arcana. This is when he made the decision. So when he was manipulative, okay, when he was manipulative and he made this decision selfishly, to kind of like, do things to stroke his own ego. He was really just kind of basically just being selfish, really. The universe presented an opportunity, which was more a test, but he failed said test and thought it was an opportunity rather than a challenge, if you will, for him to make a different decision, but he chose the easiest path. Okay, I say easiest path, but it's not, because clearly it comes with consequences that he's navigating now. It was the easiest path then versus the more difficult path now on this timeline, right? He didn't want to deal with his issues then, didn't necessarily want to grow and glow the way he needed to on that timeline. So now he's dealing with the consequences of that decision on this timeline. So he's been navigating through that situation. He got to a point where literally it was a case where he had a lot of blocked emotions, a lot of suppressed emotions, even when he was because he didn't necessarily want to be in relationship elsewhere. He just wasn't mature enough to be able to work through what you guys needed to work through in the space, and he wasn't prepared to meet your expectations in the space. So he thought, okay, let me go for somebody who has lower expectations, because we're in a different stage of the relationship. We're in a different place in the relationship dynamic. But what he wasn't grasping was that your expectations are going to be higher, because now you guys have a family unit situation that also needs to be taken into consideration, right? But yeah, the way that they're literally, I'm getting it in raw power, okay? In mock up, okay? In mock up, pun a shadow, right there in that situation. Damn, was she a piece of work? I'm sorry. I think I laughed even then. I think I laughed even then when I was giving you the information at the time. Yeah, she a whole piece of work. So basically, it was one of those things. He was constantly being gaslit. Like in public, she like presents a certain type of way. The representative is on. The mask is cool. We are, that people. We are them, right? And it's funny because that was just a mask. She was basically, because of the vibration that he used to manifest her and attract her into his reality at the time, right? She was wearing a mask, so too was he wearing a mask. They were both just feeding off each other like fake people, basically creating a fake little reality, and that shit came tumbling down real quick and fast. Okay, within the first 5 months, they could really see that each other isn't who they pretend to be or perceive to be, but they try to like, you know, how it is with the red flags. Be like, that ain't red, that's an orange. I think I see maybe it might be a yellow in the right light. Okay. It's one of those types of situations. God is telling me to slow down, not stop. Okay. It's one of them type of situations. So clearly saw the red light, decided to go ahead and break that red light, and they fucked around and found out, basically. She was basically very degrading. She would talk down to him. The little self-esteem that he had when he went into that situation, she stripped him of that too. I shouldn't laugh. The only reason why I'm laughing is because people do things, right, thinking that they're getting away from something, and they're only running into a greater version of it that they actually don't know because they spend so much time with this version of it. At least they know that version of it. Do you know what I'm saying? Ran right into that shit. But yeah, he did that. Okay, that was phase one. Now, phase two of what transpired in the situation, there was a lot of backstabbing, like lots of it. She fucked him up royally. Like, pardon my French, y'all, but I just have to tell it like it is because this has been a long time coming for this man. Okay, since we had that conversation about it, and like, it's nice to arrive on the timeline now where obviously we spoke about it, it's manifesting itself, and now we're here sort of like talking about it, in essence. So basically, like I said then, and that's still the case of what's occurring now, he is, so second phase of the situation, she made sure that she came out on top. She tarnished his name, tarnished his reputation, told people a whole bunch of lies about him. And I'm not going to say that it was all lies, but she embellished a few things and exaggerated other things because she herself came into attraction with him from a victim mentality. So she was looking for her next victim story villain, and so too was he. So they found each other. Perfect. There you go. But he never met one like her. Okay, her devils were on a different level, and he actually, she, like, literally, like how you were having certain requirements for him financially, she was even worse, and she was pretty much like ungrateful about it as well. It was just an expectation. He didn't even get any sort of like acknowledgement for it. And another aspect of stuff as well is that she would just talk shit about him to like her friends and family and stuff like that. She would just really, just have like a lot of negative things to say about him. But in her defense as well, it wasn't all lies. Like I said, he is lazy. She wasn't lying there. He is somebody that doesn't necessarily, he's like indecisive basically. This is why he stays in a state of confusion basically. So yeah, she just had lots and lots and lots to say about him. So that broke his ego tremendously, which brings us back to phase 3. Here we are in this phase. So now he's back to learning. He's back to learning how you were, who you were, how you dealt with him, how you treated him, how you spoke to him, right? And now he wants to be able to appreciate you. Now he wants to be able to sort of, tell you all the things that you was hoping that he was able to do then. But he was busy out here being ungrateful. So now he got some of that energy himself to know what it's like. That's what had happened, girl. Okay. Right, guys, talk to me. What do you advise our girl Sammy to do with this little situation with Mr. Man? Girl, they already said it's not a yes. It's not a yes. Let's see. Okay, what do you guys advise our girl Sammy to do then? Clearly as you can, please. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. One. Sammy. It was so funny because, yeah. So this is the card that I got, right? They said success. And then my question was going to be, what success? They were like, no. You saying no will be success. Okay, that's how you're going to maintain your space. That is how you're going to be able to pretty much live in this bubble that you had created for yourself once he left. Okay, they said your no is your path to your continued success. Yay for Sammy. It's not to be rude. It really is not to be rude or anything like that, right? It really is just a case of he had to really sort of like learn a situation. He had to understand what he needs to do in situations. And honestly, I'm not gonna lie to you, he hasn't even healed from the last situation as much as he's come to realization that you potentially were the lesser of the two evils, if you will, because he'd known you and he was used to sort of like dealing with you, and her level of it was like another level of sophistication that he wasn't necessarily even ready for. Like she basically made it so that everybody around, like, yeah, hated his guts. But yeah, she was pretty abusive as well, like verbally and mentally. But I think he as well was abusive in terms of his behavior towards certain things. So yes, I mean, he's pretty much just trying to come back in because that situation, he's finally sort of learned his lesson. She's put him through the ringer. Girl, this is what he went through. This is the shit that he went through. Like, yeah. And she took his money too. Sorry, I don't mean to laugh. I don't mean to laugh, she says as her veins popping out of her forehead. But no, seriously. Let this be a lesson to you guys, right? You don't run away from anything. You simply run into a different variant of the very same thing. Okay, that's what happens with running. You're literally, whatever it is that you're running from, you're running to. That's how that works. Anywho, I hope that was useful for you, Sammy, darling. Oh, I shouldn't laugh. I'm getting so tickled by the universe and the way that the universe is obviously like putting things across these days. It's just like it's taken the sense of humor up a notch, and I'm loving it. I'm actually loving it. But yeah. Oh, Malapale. The first time seeing you here. And then we've even got an Ashwini. I don't know who Ashwini is as well. Okay. We've got the next question. I'm going to start getting into my little snacks, guys. Okay, we're 2 hours in on the shift. It's snack time. Oh, well, look at you. The guides are shining down on you. You managed to come in and get a spot. Listen, that's unheard of. You get a round of applause. Okay, good manifesting. We love it over here. Okay, that's what's up. There you go. Good manifesting. Oh, thank you, Sammy, and thank you for sharing with me that we finally arrived on the timeline. And keep me posted on that situation, because he's flourishing a guilty conscience at the minute, but I don't believe that it has flourished changed. It has simply flourished regret for now. So he's not where he thinks he is with the situation. But keep me posted. I'll check in on the timeline another time as well, depending on what you want to know when. Okay, so what have we got? Okay. Malapale wants to know, what is the outcome of their connection with the Gemini in the near future? Okay. Okay. What is the outcome of their connection in the near future? Yeah, we're saying like 2-3 months. Give me that little scope for now. Thank you. Oh, interesting. The energy is not all the way stagnant, but you guys do a lot of start, stop, start, stop. So is this like an on again, off again situation? Let me ask you that, because I'm going to get to clarifying in a minute as well. Questions for you, Malapale. Is it an on again, off again situation? Yeah. The energy doesn't feel stable at all. We're going to go and dive into some stuff, because I can tell y'all got some baggage. Okay, respectfully, don't we all? But I'm going to unpack it for you to really understand like what's ahead potentially with the on off situation, because what it was showing me basically is that you guys aren't able to maintain momentum. You guys have certain personality clashes that are causing you guys, it's not that you're stagnant, because it's like you kind of move forward, but not really at the same time. I don't know how to explain it. We were together before, then broke up, then got back together, then separated. Yeah. And you guys have kind of gotten into a repetitive sort of pattern, if you will, with that, by the looks of it. So let's see. Talk to me, Spirit, about this internalized chariot. The kind of moving but not going in the actual way. Talk to me about it. Okay. 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 Personality clashes. Sorry, I'm like getting downloads on the situation. So a few things that they're talking to me about, the inability to actually move forward, right? It's some of the strengths in like some of the strengths that you guys actually both have as individuals are weaknesses to each other when you're sharing space with each other. So, for instance, your tendency to be opinionated, Malapele, is one of your strengths, basically, overall. But in the relationship dynamics with this person, it can seem like a bit of a challenge for them to work through, because they themselves also are an independent thinker. So when you guys get into the space of having to be able to kind of like, you know, give and share opinions in certain situations, sometimes it's a little bit challenging for both of you guys to be able to digest each other's perceptions on certain things. And that causes a little bit of a barrier in your communication with each other. These are some of the things which is why you guys are looping on these cycles, actually. Your communication factors is one of the main barriers with the class. Respect factor as well in the space. Boundaries had been crossed in the past. They're sort of letting me know. So those are some of the things. Okay, some forgiveness actually needs to sort of take place there as well, in terms of some of those boundaries that have been crossed, because even though it's like, oh, I forgave you, but every time you do something to piss me off or hurt me or upset me, I'm going to bring up that shit that I said that I forgave you for. No, it doesn't work like that. Basically, they said that that's another behavior that's causing an inability in the relationship to actually be able to move forward from certain things as well. Okay. It's causing a little bit of a lack of progress, carrying a lot of the baggage, basically. It's causing some delayed progression, because you guys are coming back to each other because you're drawn to each other, because there's love there, but the fundamentals of the love needs to be strengthened in other places. The respect factor needs to be strengthened. Trust has also been tested. I'm not going to say broken, but tested, because I feel like it's in the process of being rebuilt at the minute. Interesting. Okay. Let's go and dive into it a little bit deeper, as if we haven't already sort of like unpacked quite a bit, but I really want to get some, like, you're new to this. Have you ever had a tarot reading before? Question to you as well, just to sort of get some insight, because I'm getting some files here and I want to be able to unpack it, because usually when people like get readings a lot, their files have already been like sifted through, basically. So it's like turning the pages. But I see that your files are quite, yeah, it's still very combobulated. So I'm assuming this isn't necessarily something that's like frequent for you. Okay. Is it something that you sort of like do regularly? When was the last time you had a reading? Because I'm seeing that the file's still combobulated with the situation. Okay. We're going to go and dive into a little bit more of the situation, right? Because I want to go and unpack some stuff for you. Okay. So talk to me about this energy here, guys. Help me to understand a little bit more about that. Yesterday I had a yes or no reading. Oh, okay. Little stuff. Well, we're gonna go and dive into your file, girl. Into the file. Okay. So let's dive into a little bit. Okay, so one of the things that they're sort of like showing me with the situation, because I was looking at this to really sort of see exactly how that is. Let's see. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so another thing as well, right? Okay, you guys have got some what's okay, they're a Gemini. What's your What's your sun sign? Help me to understand that a little bit, because one of the things that I was seeing in this space, right, because they were saying to me that what happens when you guys kind of like get to the place where you kind of need that time apart, or the universe gives you those times in separation or isolation to be able to withdraw, is when things get quite toxic in the space. So it's usually when it's like, oh my God, I need some breathing space. Like it's just mentally, emotionally, and just, whew, I can't breathe type thing, right? With those types of situations is usually what causes a lot of the being withdrawn from the space. Is kind of like a means of protection, right? When you guys get to a place where you can't maintain the vibrational resonance that is going to keep you in the happiest of states, the universe will kind of like, you know, present you guys with an opportunity to be able to separate just for long enough to be able to regulate your breathing back into a higher frequency. So okay, you guys tolerate, you love each other, but you tolerate some of your bad habits, for lack of a better way of putting it. Not a bad thing, but and however, it's not sustainable to a growing relationship, which is why, because you guys have the love for each other, which is what keeps you guys sort of like coming back together. But because again, some of these toxic behavioral patterns are some of the factors as to why you guys keep needing time apart, right? Because you can't be in the same space and continue to grow because it's restrictive to your individual growth. So in the situation, so I'm going to dive a little bit deeper and see what they would advise that you do. What do you guys advise that Malapele do in the situation with their Gemini? Okay, it's not about improving the health of the situation. It's not about getting more information. What is it about then? Thank you. Wow. Wow. Both of you are sick with the grass is greener syndrome. Both of you are sick with the grass is greener syndrome. And the truth of the matter is the grass isn't greener. And I'm going to go a little bit deeper into this on you guys' path, right? When I say both of you, why I'm saying that, they're saying to me that this isn't about waiting for a romance. Neither of you are ready for that because you don't want the things that you want from each other from anybody else. You want it from each other, which is why you keep coming back together. But and however, it's like on some level, you guys, it's like you'll do what the other person wants for a period of time, but the consistency isn't there, which is why, again, that person, they will tolerate the inconsistency for a period of time. And then after that, you guys are back to having to go into separation, having to go into isolation, having to sort of like take some time out so that you guys can kind of like basically miss each other enough to be able to come back and try to do differently the next time around. Okay. Let's see. Right, guys. Okay, talk to me a little bit more then. Okay. Oh, I missed you guys as well. Trust me. Definitely missed you guys. I hope not to be away for that long as well. That's just usually the moon transits for me because I get a power up during it's like 3 moon cycles that charges basically my sun cusp sign, my rising sign, and then it comes back to my what's it called? My sun sign, my true sun sign. And all of this happens just after a charging with my moon sign. So it can be a lot for my human to navigate. It really just pulls me out of different spaces at a time, but I'm going to be ready for it 2025. Anywho, back to your space, Malapele. We're going to dive into having a look at what you guys can do to sort of maintain space a little bit better when you're sharing space. Okay, guys. Okay. Talk to me about how to achieve this then. Chariot in upright motion, stability, moving forward. Talk to me about how they can actually sort of acquire that state of being in their relationship. Thank you. Okay. I hear you. I hear you. Oh, major arcanas, major arcanas, major arcanas. Okay. So one thing that guys both have, so the grass is greener syndrome that I spoke about, both that's being activated for both of you guys from impatience. You know, you kind of like tolerate the behavior for a little bit, and then it gets to a point where it's like, oh, I can't stand this anymore, I can't take this anymore. And then it's a case of, well, if you don't want to do it, I'm sure that there's somebody out there that will do it for me. No, because you don't want anybody else out there to do it for you. You want this person to do it for you. And I think that's ultimately what it comes down to. It's a case of owning and accepting that even though that person may not necessarily be there right now, the truth of the matter is you are prepared to pretty much wait it out, because technically that's what's actually happening, but you guys are actually having the process be disrupted, okay, because there's the illusion, oh, I'm not prepared to wait. The truth is, to some degree you are, because that's really the reality. You continue to be emotionally connected and invested with your Gemini. Own it. We're living in a season of authenticity. I know you've been waiting for a long time. I could tell from when I started with the first card, and they literally just said it to me like very clearly. It was one card. Usually when they give me more cards, I'm like, okay, just let me tell the story. When they tell me one card, I know that it's very complex and very complicated, because they had so many things. With the one card that was presented, they showed me a lot of different sequences of stuff that was moved around over a period of time with you guys, right? So I know that you guys have been sort of like doing this situation back and forth. And don't get me wrong, I can tell that they too are very disrespectful, right? They very easily go into the low vibrations in terms of the communications. They're sensitive in terms of when you're, you know, trying to be able to have conversations, to be able to hash certain things out. It makes it more difficult because they don't know how to have some of those conversations. And then it's almost a very regretful state for everybody, you know, when it's all said and done. What I would say, pushing and forcing is not going to be able, you wouldn't, okay, best way that I can put it to you, if a bailiff shows up at your house, you wouldn't like an enforcer just coming into your own personal space to enforce what you actually owe by law, to be fair, but to enforce it, you feel some type of way. It's the same sort of like similar dynamic in a sense of even though you want these things and you desire these things, forcing it is not the way that you get it out of the other person. It's a more a case of encouraging it. And I know sometimes it gets to a point, because it's been a long time, where it feels like, oh my God, I've been patient. Don't tell me I ain't been patient. I've been patient, right? I've been dealing with this for however long, yada, yada, yada. The truth is, you had been dealing with different variants of these things, because they've grown, right? He's grown little bits in places. It's not like tremendous growth, but he's grown little bit in places to let you know that he's willing to grow. I think with the situation, right, they're clearly telling me within the next like 2 to 3 months, you guys are still obviously going to be navigating this connection. But you both need to find the right alignment. So what do I mean by that? You've got to find the right compromises. Be less worried about being right and be more concerned about finding the right resolution to the problem on both sides. I know that they can be a little bit egotistical as well. I think with the situation, I'm not going to lie to you, there is a third party situation. That's what I was sort of like leading up to. There's a third party situation, because that's also how he deals with those spaces when he's kind of like navigating through no contact with yourself. It is usually a case of kind of distracting himself with something else to be able to just, again, block, numb, and suppress his feelings. Let's have a look. What do you see about the situation with the third party for Malapale? Okay. Okay. Do you see him sort of presenting himself? Okay. 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 So they're saying they don't necessarily see him presenting himself, again, probably because of the third party situation that's sort of like going on. They don't necessarily see him presenting himself. If there's any sort of communication or dialogue, it would actually be from yourself, is how that situation would manifest itself, is what they're saying. Sorry, I was getting a little bit more clarity on. Okay. Why not? Oh, you guys are just throwing them everywhere, aren't you? When is she ready? Okay. So when would she be ready for some sort of reconciliation? Oh, damn. Not the right time. Okay. Okay, there's some sequences of forgiveness that's going to be taking place. Okay. Okay, forgiving the lack of communication. Okay. 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 Okay, so this is a situation that's going to be ongoing pretty much throughout the rest of this year. It's probably towards the end of the year before there's any sort of definitive communication breaking way for you guys again. And I think when the communication sort of like happens, it is in a third party setting. I'm not going to lie to you. It is in a case of deception to some degree. They've gotten into a pattern. He told me he needed to de-stress, then he never said anything. Yeah. He went away to de-stress and kind of found himself wandering into some sort of situation. Yeah. It's not necessarily going to be a near future situation. It's more something that's going to be ongoing towards the end of the year. I'm seeing towards October, November times, in terms of the timeline there when it comes to the situation between you guys. But there's a lot of work to do. I'm not going to lie. The way that you guys communicate. Yeah. Okay. I believe the third party is the mother of the kids. Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. She seems like a bit of a constant, basically, as far as the third party situation. So that makes sense. Okay. Okay. Yeah, he'll be sort of like, I guess there'll be some sort of communication between you guys towards the end of the year, where you guys get an opportunity to decide how to play out the scenes of a new cycle, basically. So be mindful of that. Try to avoid some of the, I guess, dynamics that you guys had navigated this period, and see how you can, do better in navigating some of those instances moving forward. Patience is one of the things that both of you guys are lacking. It's actually one of the biggest things that you're failing at in the relationship, which is why the relationship continues to fester in the way that it is. And then also, like I said, some of your strengths aren't being utilized as strengths. They're actually, they're being combative in the spaces. I greeted him on his birthday before he acknowledged it. Then last year, he kept quiet. Yeah, because of the third party situation. Okay, well, there'll be an opportunity presenting itself later on this year, I guess, in terms of communication between you guys. Yeah, and I think it's a case then of trying to sort of like figure out how to navigate the space from there. But yeah. I've been very patient now, waiting for him to reach out. I know you have, my love. When I say patient, I mean in terms of like when you guys are in the same space, sharing the same space together, in terms of some of the bad behaviors and some of the habits. Reconciliation is very sketchy. I'm not going to lie. The third party situation makes it very, very complicated. I don't necessarily know if reconciliation is on the cards, but that's because what happens towards the end of the year, that is what determines whether or not the reconciliation actually occurs, basically. Once you guys get closer to that timeline, come back and we'll get a little bit more clarity on the scenes that are playing out there. I'm not to know, I guess, the reconciliation answer, I guess, because you guys have to have that conversation to clarify how to actually move forward. So yeah, that's something that is TBD, to be determined. And that conversation is for you guys to have, I guess. Oh, Smara. Hey, girl, hey. Okay. Ashwini, I haven't seen in a minute. If you give me a second, beautiful, bear with me. I'm just going to sort myself out. Going to take a quick little break for a second to just go and sort myself out. Give me 5 minutes. I'm coming back into the space where I'm going to store your question as well. Can I ask if you see him having regrets with what he did? Still too egotistical, to be honest with you. He's had regrets. I wouldn't say have regrets right now. He had regrets previously, but he doesn't stay in that vibration of regret constantly. Once he moves past it, he kind of goes back every so often to process it again, but it's not a constant for him. Does that make sense? So sometimes he feels regretful, sometimes he feels like his ego continues to validate that, okay, that was the best decision for him to make at that time. Make sense? I hope that that was useful for you there, beautiful. Bear with me, guys. I'll be back 2 secs as well. I'm just going to sort myself out. Yeah, that part, Malapale. Sometimes it depends on the situation. It's one of those things. He goes back and forth as well. And this is what I was speaking about. A lot of the toxicity, I'm not going to lie, a lot of it does stem from like him and his insecurities. That's why I say to you, like, it's a very loaded situation when it comes to the both of you guys. And it's something that, yeah, we would have to really unpack with you guys being in the space, because what I saw is that each time you guys left, there was different lessons that were unresolved each time. And every time you guys came back, those things continued to be unresolved. So it would be a pretty big file unpacking and stuff to really sort of like break it down. But yeah, towards the end of the year, communication, and then from there, you guys decide what to do from there. His situation is still complicated. The third party thing's still there, but you guys, yeah, it's up to you guys to sort of like decide what you're sort of doing with this space. Girl, listen, I'm telling you, Each of them comes with its own challenge. Okay. Each of them come with its own challenge. And Smara, let me go and store your question as well, girl. I will be back because I definitely want to touch in on the G space. Okay. That part. All right, y'all. 2 secs. There we go. Okay. Okay. Love Ma. Okay, let me start Love Ma's question as well. I love Ma's what's it called? Don't apologize, girl. It's fine. We love your eagerness, okay? Eager beaver. You're good. I'm gonna put up Smara's question, and then it is you next, Smara. And then also, I don't think I've basically tagged an updated list. So let me tag one. Let me star one as well. Did we get, okay, we got one person on from the previous list. Okay, that's what's up. Right. Sorry, y'all. I took out my sweets and I didn't even need to keep my sugar levels up. Okay. So oh, Smara. Oh, babe. Oh, it's so tricky navigating these things with you guys because I genuinely get invested, like, in the whole process. So I'm gonna have a little look. I know, girl. I know. You were, when I thought about like my YouTube family, you were one of in mind conscious as well that I wanted to kind of share space and hold space for as well. But yeah, we will dive into it. Okay. Let's see. How's the space between G and his girlfriend? Okay, there's a space between. Thank you. Okay. Interesting. Clarify for me. I get the undertone. Clarify. Okay. So, by the looks of it, it seems like they're in a decent place within their little relationship situation. I'm not gonna lie to you, girl. I'm not gonna lie to you. Obviously, we had the conversation previously where when he did initially tell you, because there was the reactive state, even though he was talking about, oh, I've got a girlfriend and everything like that, he was just playing the whole little game. You could have really sort of like snatched that situation up, I guess. And BTW, like, I'm not an advocate for, like, you know, third party situations. It's just he only manifested that situation from a place of regret. So that timeline was really yours. Do you see what I'm saying? Which is why I was like, yeah, that was your window of opportunity there. But because the explosion kind of, if anything, pushed him and validated, and he's confused thinking that she is the reason why he wants all of these things, but she's not. You are, and you're over here upset because obviously she's getting what you were manifesting because you weren't able to keep your emotional body all the way on the vibration that it needed to be to experience the timeline, unfortunately. Just saying, girl, but this was a great learning experience because you know moving forward that you'll never do that shit again. Sidebar. So yeah, for the most part, they're actually doing okay. And I'm not mad, I guess, at it because he needs the space to be able to actually grow into some of like his immature ways in which he was kind of like operating. He was operating really low frequency wise, and he's kind of elevated his frequency a little bit. I mean, it's not the best, but it's not the worst, and he's got a little bit more like respect basically for commitment. Yeah. How do you see things playing out for them moving forward? Yeah. And that's for G and the girlfriend, right? That's for G and the girlfriend. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Okay. So okay. So what do you guys advise Smara to do with this situation being what it is presently? Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. 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 They're saying, sorry, let me go to the comments. Yeah, I know, beautiful. They're basically saying, so as far as the situation, as far as how things are going to be playing out for them moving forward, he's going to be continuing to pursue it. He's going to be continuing to take the relationship to new levels. Like I said, he's gotten a newfound respect basically for commitment to some degree. And with that, they'll be kind of like, you know, taking different stages ahead. They'll be taking different stages ahead with the situation. There may even be talks about moving in together and stuff like that. So they do actually get pretty serious. I'm not going to lie to you, girl. Yeah. When I asked about what you, you know, what you need to do in the situation, they pretty much said that it's more a case of you recovering from this unlikely error and taking the right time to be able to release some of the pain that you're sort of feeling and forgive, I guess. Forgive yourself as well, can I just say? I know like forgiving him is one thing, but let him go. Sorry, I'm like trying to make sure that, because I asked that as well. I didn't ask it out loud. I asked it in my mind. So whilst I was like shuffling the cards, because I sensed that that was one of the questions that you had, girl. I can't remember which card was that. I can't remember which card was the answer on that one. So I'm shuffling the deck again. Okay, to ask the question out loud. Should she let it go? Oh, damn, no. Oh, wow. Reconsider? What does that mean? Should she let it go? Yes or no? We want a yes or no, guys. No. Okay, we're gonna dead with the riddles. Our girl Smara needs some clarity. Can we just keep it very clear on the definitive answers. We're only asking closed questions. Please and thank you. Okay? Should she walk and let it go? Yes or no? Thank you. Okay. Sorry. They continue to give me riddles. Okay. I'd say so, yeah. Should I speak to him in order to shift it? Well, this was some of the things. Right now, it's a case of you being able to sort of like so what's happening in the space with him, like I said, he's growing, learning and understanding a new level of commitment. Truth be told, the relationship's not necessarily going to last per se, because we spoke about this as well when we spoke about him moving on and getting with someone else and stuff like that. So the relationship won't necessarily last, but what you don't necessarily want to do is disrupt this pattern, I guess, of his learning with being able to accept commitment. Let the situation play itself out, and I guess there will be a window of opportunity that will be open for you. Is that what we're saying, guys? Yeah, let it play out. And okay. Yeah. They're saying it's not time to be assertive. There's abundance sort of here, but now isn't necessarily the time to be assertive with the situation. There isn't really a peaceful resolution to everything that's kind of like developed from the past. This is something that kind of just has to kind of like be sat. It's like when you're cooking something in the kitchen, right? I almost want to say, or when you're brewing cauldron on the cooker. But it's like when you're cooking. Sometimes you kind of just have to leave it on a slow heat to let it simmer. Leave this on a slow heat, let it simmer, continue for a little while, and let things just kind of play out. What's the timeline trajectory on how long G and current girlfriends likely to last? Talk to me about that. Okay, what's the current trajectory? How long do you see that for? Yeah, he's been going a good little while. He's starting to believe the bullshit he puts out there for real. I get that. Do you have a timeline for me? Please and thank you. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. But if they move in together, it will, girl, are you crazy? The only reason my relationship is working right now is because I live separate from my partner. We tried living together. Listen, if you ever want to F up a relationship, do the whole moving in situation on go, and the relationship is gone to shits, okay? Because there's different standards. People live at different standards in their reality, and sometimes it's a little bit hard adjusting to each other's standards, okay? But no, the situation is going to play out. They're saying like a year from now, it's a completely different situation. It's a different dynamic. I know that seems like a long time, but it's just one of those things. Like, you guys were doing the whole back and forth and pausing and all of that stuff for a good year anyways. So yeah, I think because obviously he came in during a Mercury retrograde, as well. This, I guess, was to be expected because the energy usually is very contentious with Mercury retrograde entries. They are such complicated relationships to navigate, but yeah, the relationship doesn't last. You going into the space right now isn't the time anyways. Ask me this question a little bit later down the line in a good couple of months. The energies right now, he believes the bullshit he's sort of like putting out there, so there's no room at the minute. There's no opening in the heart space to really be able to facilitate a shift in that space just yet. So yeah. She's lapping up all your hard work, Smara. No offense. But yeah, talk to me about this in 2-3 months' time. Okay? And we'll touch. In fact, come back to me on this in 8 to 9 weeks. I think he's in lust, and it feels like a really deep care. And I think he likes her a lot. I think he may have like care and love for her. I don't know about in love just yet. I think he's got love for her. I think they've grown a good bond in friendship, basically. And she's, because he was shut down to you in so many different ways and places, and you were asking for that and all of those things at the time. So he's now expressing a lot of those things in the space with her, not necessarily things that she has, I'm not going to say deserved. She's probably like put that work into somebody else in her like experience prior to him, which is why the universe has basically blessed her with your hard work and stuff, because it required a little bit more work. And I guess, you weren't able to sort of like just tweak those little places of emotional attunement that was needed. And she perhaps may have already have those emotional attunements. So yeah, but it won't last anyways. So hit me back in 8-9 weeks and we'll take a look at it again, to really see if the stars have aligned for an entry. Oh, Smara. Oh, beautiful. Smara said, when will I be blessed with my work? Oh, you will be blessed with your work, beautiful. I think the relationship situation, because you want G, I'm not going to lie, we had this conversation before, right? The universe can present you with other options, but they will only and continually be compared to G. And because of that, obviously it makes it a little bit of a challenge for the universe to sort of bring in other options and stuff like that as well. So I guess we're doing a bit of a waiting game on this one. And G, unfortunately, is manifesting subconsciously. So yeah, it'll come there. All in good time. All in good time. I'm sorry, girl. I wish I had better news for you. But yeah. Hey, angelic nymph. Welcome to the space. I don't think I've seen you before as well. No, it's a new one. Have not seen you in the space before. Let me just go and confirm your okay, go on with your bad self. Yep, got that donation. There we go. Go for it. You can post your question now. Okay, and let me have a look at the list. And then we've got Love Ma. Who have we got in the room as well? I don't know if I have, it's been a minute since I've seen Svetlana. And then we've got Rika. I don't know if Rika's going to be here by the time we get down to her as well. and Ari and Kayla. Let me have a look at the standby list. I don't think I actually even starred the standby list, you know. I don't even think I could find a standby list now. To be fair, that was so long ago. Okay. Sorry, I'm like looking for the standby list, y'all. Okay. I'm just going back to it so that I can star it. Okay, so I can star it so that I can see how that can get incorporated into the actual list. Okay, perfect. All right. Oh, thank you, Mina. That's why I've got you guys. Oh, Svetlana, my bad, girl. I do that to you a lot. I see you, girl. Okay. I think I even did see you put a heart in the chat at some point, so forgive me. That was me abandoning what my eyes have seen. Okay. So we've got Angelic Nymph's question. We're going to go and dive into it. Okay, and Kay's still here as well. Okay. Okay. No, I figured, Mina. I figured Aswini, I didn't see as well. Okay. That's all cool. We'll go with, hopefully, Kay, you might sort of get a spot on the list. We'll see as well how I feel, because usually there's a novelty spot, but that's usually dependent on where I am and how I feel with my channeling dynamics and situation and timing, most importantly. So either way, we'll sort of see where I am by the end of some stuff here. Okay. Let's dive into it. I actually almost want a crystal to be able to do this little reading for you. I'm going to pull some cards out, but I'm going to sort of have them in a crystal grid so that I can really sort of see what's going on here for you. I'm going to take off these crystals. Sorry, they're already directing me and guiding me on what I need to be doing in the space for you. So, okay. Thank you, Mina. Oh, and thank you for joining us as well, beautiful. I know you came into the chat a little bit late, like, oh, snap, I just woke up. Girl, don't worry about it. Okay. I was supposed to nap today as well, but I probably would have missed it too. So they were like, nope, no nap for you, girl. You're going to sleep right the way through. Because it's been such a busy week and stuff. But yeah. Angelic Nymph. Okay. Corey. What kind of boyfriend do you see Corey being towards Angelic Nymph? Who would he be as a boyfriend towards her? Give us some clarity on that. Okay. Okay, interesting. Okay. 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 I love how they're just coming to me. It's so funny because when I'm asking them for one word answers, you know, yes or no's, they're giving me like a whole bunch of cards. But when I'm asking questions, they're giving me like a one note card to be able to set the scene. So a couple of things with the situation, beautiful. So you would find yourself being deemed the controlling one in the relationship, in the dynamics with Corey. I'll tell you a little bit more about it. Not major alarming, but general sort of like patterns that would seem to arise. So he's quite inconsistent just in terms of his ability to actually like show up. So that in his narrative, you would basically be perceived as a controlling force, basically, from his narrative, because he's used to the inconsistency. He's trying, but the try would have to be of a greater degree. He needs at least a good 30% more on that, right? Yeah. And then also another aspect of his personality that becomes a little bit challenging to also navigate is, how can I put it? It's almost like his tendency to be a little bit pessimistic. Basically, that's something that, because you're like always trying to be on like this high vibe, and again, these are just like differences in your personalities that they're basically showing me. Not necessarily bad things, just things just sort of like put across, just in terms of like a relationship dynamic. Sometimes as well, he can actually be like really good with planning for the future, but a couple of things that may not necessarily align is his actions. So that's another area that you guys would kind of like struggle. I get the sense that words of affirmations and acts of services are two of your dominant love languages, and he sometimes says stuff sometimes, but he's not really the best vocal communicator when it comes to his feelings. And acts of service, again, if you don't tell him what to do, he doesn't necessarily do anything. So again, that sort of like puts you in the role or dynamic of having to be the dynamic of actually having to be the person that actually is controlling the dynamic of the situation. It's interesting. It's interesting. I think that your personalities have a little bit of conflicting aspects to them that would require you guys both optimizing in different areas. So for you, you would have to optimize significantly in patience, and for him, he would actually have to optimize in focus, determination, power creation, and motivation. Those are like, so obviously he has a lot more work to do in the class. And then, do you see any good parts that would be in the relationship? Honestly, these aren't bad things either. I'm not speaking on anything bad. You guys actually get on fairly well. That's why you guys could actually navigate through these dynamics and still manage to actually get a relationship from it. Because a lot of the times people they get into situationships basically because of these different components of the personality types. So these aren't necessarily bad things. I know the human loves for things to be like, peaches and cream. And we perceive that to be good, but it's all good. The universe doesn't perceive anything to potentially actually be bad. What I will say, the actual relationship dynamic for the both of you guys is that although he struggles to be able to express his feelings, because it's specifically his feelings that he struggles to be able to express, he generally feels comfortable being able to express himself just in other situations, like to speak about like family dynamics or stuff that's on his heart and on his mind about other people. He can express, it's a safe place with you. It when it comes to like having conversations about you guys' stuff, he would tend to be a little bit more shut down there, right? Another thing with the situation for you, you actually are quite the cheerleader. I'll put it like that. You're quite the cheer. Sorry, I'm like thinking about the song in my head. Oh, I think that I found myself a cheerleader. Sorry, I had to get it out. It's in my muscle. I could just hear it there in my unconscious the moment I said cheerleader. It just triggered that track. But yeah, one of the things that not just him but his family also love and appreciate about you in a relationship setting, in that sort of space, is the fact that he has somebody that is supportive to him. Because I think that that's something that he didn't. I could definitely see that in him. Besides, I can already see he's more low key and reserved. That's the situation. I think it's more so he has to feel comfortable with a person. Do you see what I'm saying? And I think that you bring that element of comfort in the situation. And again, as well, like I think when I was speaking about the cheerleader thing, so you're very much like motivating. Do you see what I'm saying? Like you're a how can I put it? Because sometimes, because he considers himself a bit of a realist, right? It can sometimes bring him into that spirit of pessimism, which is where you could come in, where you're like the cheerleader on the situation. You're constantly seeing the positives of what could be taken away from the situation and how he could grow, and you're also trying to help him take the next steps to different things that he wants to acquire and manifest in his orbit, right? So those are some of the great things about the relationship. I had to start from the conflicts in the space before I forget any of those. Because a lot of the times, in reading, it's like, oh, peaches and cream, right? And I've done that too. And then, I've left the space and there was still so much more in the drive talking about and this and this. And do you see what I'm saying? And those precognitive, I guess, little hints of lessons that can actually be worked on, can actually strengthen the relationship. I would want to present those things to people. Do you see what I'm saying? So I started there so I can go back to all the other cute stuff. You guys have a great sex life. You guys would be sexually compatible. From what I can see, that's not a problem in the relationship, should you guys sort of like be in that sort of situation or dynamic. I think as well with the situation, yeah, I think it would kind of like in relationships, they go in wanting one thing sometimes. And then once they're in the relationship, clarity gets distorted. So that's also something that he feels like he'd be able to sort of like navigate with you. Sometimes he gets foggy in his mind in terms of his thoughts and his vision, his plans. He thinks that he's doing one thing and you would be a great aid in being able to clarify any distortions as well, because he values your words as well. They're meaningful, so he holds you in high regards in that way. But yeah, I think if anything as well, sometimes like he can be a little bit tight, and if anything, you help him to loosen up a little bit as well. That's also probably one of the biggest parts of the situation that he appreciates most, because sometimes he's just tight. Hey, Gypsy. But yeah. And yes, I strive to want to be that type of girl on being supportive. And you are. I think with the situation, it depends on how well that person can receive said support and what they do with it as well, right? What I'm going to do, I'm going to sort of pull some cards to see what is the advice for you in navigating the space. What is the advice for angelic nymph in navigating the situation? Okay. Oh, thank you. Oh, we've got 2 different timelines. Stuff coming in. Okay. Okay. There's a lot of do you guys speak about this? And for the spicy time, I do find him attractive, girl. Listen, trust me, it would be explosive for the most part. Do you speak about these feelings much? The reason why I'm asking is that every single card on this reading is reversed. So it tells me that there's a lot of internalized energy. Do you guys speak about the possibility of like relationship much? I have to ask you that question. But the advice for you is that there's more information coming about this situation this year in terms of the romantic unfolding. Heart center space is going to be open between you guys. Heart center space is good. So somebody's between the 2 of you guys, there's somebody who's navigating through trust issues dynamic, and this interaction that you guys have is going to help to open back up their heart center when it comes to that trust issue situation. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's cool, beautiful. I wanted to sort of like check that out. Because I can see that everything is basically sort of like it's in the hidden realms, basically. It's in the shadows. But yeah, this dynamic between the 2 of you guys, it opens the heart center. There's some trust stuff, I guess, that this dynamic helps to be able to heal. It helps to heal some previous mistrust situations that occurred, either on your end or his. I'm getting the sense it might be on your end. But yeah, enjoy. Life is to be lived, guys. Okay. So you enjoy, and feel free to come back and update us. Okay. We love to know how each other's classes are going. Oh, Smara, I'm sorry, girl. I don't want to make you cry, but I have to be honest with you. And I know that it wasn't necessarily like the easiest truth to hear, but I don't want to mislead you on anything. Oh, girl, I'm giving you a virtual cuddle. Okay. Guys, let's get some angels over to Smara to uplift her. Thank you. Okay. I hope that was useful for you, though, as well, angelic nymph. Thank you, beautiful. Thank you. Okay, Love Ma was back in with the question. No worries. Thank you, beautiful. Thanks for stopping into this space. We appreciate you stopping in and sharing space with us. I know Love Ma did post her question again. Thank you, Mina. Let's see if I can find Love Ma's question. Is it still the same? How is Ian feeling about me? Will he come back to me? Yeah, I already had that. Okay, Love Ma, your question, love. Finally, right? We finally got to you. Okay. I'm gonna read for Love Ma, and then the list we have Svetlana, we've got Mina, and we've got Rika and Ari and Kayla. Okay. And then I guess we'll see where I am by the end of that, because I think Ari wants to come in on the invite link. So yeah, we'll see where I am at the end of that. Okay. If Rika's also here as well by the time we get to her reading. I may be able to fit you in on the novelty spot, depending on how I feel and how quick we can get through all this good stuff, right? So yeah, how is Ian feeling about me? Will he come back? I love how you put a comma there. My people. Technically, it's two questions in one. That's what I'm saying. This is how I end up in here. They told me about this as well. They're like, it's a one question situation. You guys come in and you did. Like, yeah, guys, but when you start off with the one question, you go on and on and on. This is how it is for a human, man. Like, the emotions and processing everything. There's lots of questions that just comes up that needs to be answered. But yeah, don't worry, guys. I got y'all. Okay. How is Ian feeling about a girl love more? You laugh me now, but I'm being so serious. How is Ian feeling about love more? Thank you. Because they're like, they try to explain to me, like, look, you haven't been able to get any time or make any time, or we can't fit you in any time in that space. But I'm going to be prepared for the next, I told you, the next moon transits that charges me for like a good bloody, like 4 moon cycles all in one go. And then I'm just exhausted for like a good 2 months. Because you're just doing the most. Okay. Interesting. Oh, yeah. Listen, processing a human's a very, very tough job. This is why I come into the space with you guys to really, when my shit's popping off, I'm like, oh my God, I wonder what's going on with my YouTube family. I'm like, I wonder how they're doing. This moon's snap. The atmosphere is thick, But no, love Mar. His feelings about you, he's friend zoned you. Sorry, I literally just got straight into it. I'm not trying to be insensitive. I really just want to be able to sort of like deliver the information. And I told you guys at the start, I'm going to try and stay off as many tangents as I usually go on. So this was me coming back into the space. But yeah, at the minute, his thought process when it comes to you, he's basically put you in the friend zone. And that is the way that he's navigating the space at the minute. He has like complete disregard for how you feel about the fact that, you're kind of in the friend zone, to be fair. And I think for him, it feels like a regretful but necessary transition that had to sort of take place when it comes to the situation. Yeah. He's calm about it. Friendship is kind of like the title that he's kind of giving to the space when it comes to you, to be fair. Dang, it's 1 o'clock already. That happened so quick. Will he come back into the space? Do you see reconciliation on the cards for them? Tension, conflicts. Oh, a lot going on. Okay, let's see. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm taking in the second part of the question being answered, right? Will he come back to you? In all honesty, just keeping it all the way true, It looks like not even a soft no, but a pretty hard no. It looks like a pretty hard no. We've got the Hanged Man at the bottom of the deck. So the undertone of this is a pretty major arcana. Pretty big, sorry, like major transition. Basically, it's a pivoting point in a person's life, a turning point in a person's life. Yeah. The situation. So what they're showing me as far as like their likelihood of reconciliation, they're showing me that the like being casted out in the cold has really given an opportunity to kind of like put things into perspective, right? Bring things into balance. And with the dynamic of the situation, it's almost like it feels unrealistic to really be able to sort of go back into the situation. When was the last time that you guys were together? Let me ask, because one of the things that they're saying is that it's been a little while since there's been like the period of separation has been ongoing for a minute. So how long have you guys been separated? Oh God, I sound like a crow. Yeah, since summer. Okay, since summer of last year. Okay. Definitely restrictions. I don't necessarily see them coming back in on the cards, to be honest with you, beautiful. Sorry, I'm like pulling some other cards as well. Clarify this for me, guys. Okay. Okay. So what do you advise Lovemar in navigating the situation? Okay. Okay. Improve how? Okay. Okay. Now it's in the climate for it. All throughout the year, you're going to be getting an unlikely air. The stars haven't aligned. I think that the friend zone situation's happening because there's potentially somebody else that is being sort of looked at, because initially the friend zone situation could have potentially been a third party situation. So yeah, there's an interest, there's a love interest. I wouldn't necessarily say girlfriend or anything like that, but there's a love interest on the horizon. And I think that's going to be playing itself out for a little bit throughout this year. So yeah, I want to say this is going to be sort of like a ongoing situation, if you will, for a good little while. Yeah, for a good little while. The stars aren't aligned for it all throughout this year. I'm not even seeing until about springtime next year, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah, a good 13 to 15 months on this situation, to be honest. But yeah. I know, I know. I think that because this new person, I guess that is a part of the dynamic now. Um, yeah, but I understand Love Ma. What's it? My girl Smara is kind of like dealing with a similar pattern in romance class at the minute. So unfortunately, it's just something that has to kind of play itself out. The new situation has to be played so that the lessons can be learned from that situation, so that the takeaways that obviously creates the catalyst for change can be utilized moving forward. So yeah, it's just one of those things. Oh, hey, Smara. Yeah, it's just one of those things, beautiful. Um, but it's just a part of the romance class, I guess. In the process as well, you get an opportunity to continue to work on certain aspects of, yourself that you're still working on as well. Oh, Smara, I so want to give you a cuddle. Oh, I know. I'm sorry, Love Ma. I'm sorry I didn't have better news, but it's just the truth of it all, to be fair. But yeah. I hope that that was useful for you nonetheless. Beautiful. At least you know kind of like where you are with the situation instead of navigating throughout like all of the year. Is this the time? Is this the season? Is it now? Type thing. It's like the stars isn't necessarily aligning. It's not fostering like a path of openness. If anything, it's a path of resistance. So yeah. Svetlana, I should have probably even asked her to put her question out there as well then, Svetlana. Is she here? Hmm. Yeah, potentially, yes. I'd say so. I'd say so. That's so interesting because this has been happening to Svetlana the last couple of sessions. I'm sure she's in here, in here, in here. And then when it's her time, she's not here. I swear she was here not so long ago because I literally, before the last reading with Angelic Nymph, I'm sure she basically sort of said, I'm here. Yep. Okay, so that was some time ago, about half an hour ago. She was here. She was here half an hour ago, and I think she's just missed her turn. The guides did say there's about 2 to 3 spots that are basically up for grabs. Their timelines hadn't necessarily like anchored, so that's why I was asked to create the standby list. Girl, I try to think if I could handle the situation better, but it would be painful. The age gap between us, I don't know if I guess it lets us be together. See, these are some of the things again as well. Ash is navigating that class. Do you know what? I really, guys, all these months, I'm thinking about it. I'm definitely like, I'm obviously trying to put together a little space for us to be able to really actually do some work, like do some work in terms of like having focus groups where we're having conversations about some of the classes that we're sitting, how said class is going, what we're learning, what we're growing from, where we still need to do work, all that kind of stuff. I just need to find the capacity to really be able to do all that stuff. But yeah, I think Ash is navigating through the age class as well. My partner's actually like, I just turned 34. He's about to be 30, so there's like a 4-year age gap between us. Initially, it was like a big thing for me to I guess, adapt to. Yeah, because I've never really had that experience before. That's why I even said to Ash as well, navigating the situation, she might want to figure out some of the dynamics for her as well in navigating, but yeah. Definitely continue to give it some more thoughts, because I'm not going to lie, it was like a big shadow for me. Made me quite insecure actually at the time, and because of the age gap, I didn't take the relationship as seriously as I could have and should have at the time. Um, and yeah, it took a lot of work basically to get to. I don't know how to make the pain go away. Oh, you just have to sit through it, babe. You can't go anywhere. It just has to move through you. I'm sorry, beautiful. Just let yourself feel it though. It's a good time to be able to purge. You're good. Oh, sending some prayers up there for you as well, beautiful. Okay, so Mina wants to know, hey love, may I please know current feelings or thoughts of Fahad towards me? Thank you for your precious time and valuable energy. All good. Let's go and dive into Fahad. Okay. All right. Let's see Fahad's feelings. Let's start with his feelings towards Mina. Okay. Sorrow. Crying over spilt milk type thing. Kind of a bit sulky. Talk to me about it. What's he sulking about? Okay. 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 Sorry. Did you reject Fahad? I have to ask you that question. Did you reject romantic advances from Fahad? I have to ask you that question firstly. Well, okay. So the reason why I asked about that, because that's basically like he's doing some introspection on that, basically. Sorry, I'm gonna gather myself together. It's just when they give me like I'm finding the universe to be on a certain level, on a certain frequency of humor, and it just tickles me. That's all it is. Okay. So what they're showing me is that he's kind of like basically doing some introspection on the fact that you chose to basically avoid what could have been a disastrous situation. I'm not gonna lie, he was sulking. Like that's literally how the reading started. It was just talking about him sulking, about him basically just being a big baby. I guess that was the undertone of the situation. That's why I had to ask, because I was intrigued to see what cards came out to tell the story of the sulking and why he's sulking. But the why he's sulking is basically saying that he felt that you were being cold because you decided to avoid what could have potentially been a disastrous situation. Okay, so clearly he's not thinking with his upper head, and he's clearly thinking with his smaller head. right? But yeah, he's doing some introspection, I guess, to understand a little bit more about why you would choose. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm laughing. Is because it's almost like he's shocked, basically, that what he was presenting wasn't really like anything substantial or viable for any source of life. So why I'm laughing is because like his whole thing is, oh, like, but why is she being so cold though? But why is she being so cold? No, that no, just no. That's not being like it's avoiding conflicts that you don't need in your life. Like clearly he has an affinity himself then for just like wanting to be like feeding off drama. He's literally creating a whole dramatic situation, being like, but what's the problem? What? I just don't see it. Just people are funny. Like seriously, guys, people are funny, but no, that's how he feels about you. He feels like you were cold by choosing not to basically like go down a disastrous road with him. Um, so yeah. I think he might need to balance his Neptunian energy, okay? Because the senses of delusion is very grand. The thing about Neptune energy, okay, is that it is our faith activator. Okay, it causes us to abandon what the eyes may see or not see, right? But we ain't supposed to be delulu on everything. Okay. He has a wife. Can you check if all is good with them? Because him coming back wasn't expected at all. No, everything is not necessarily good with them. I am going to sort of go and dive into that as well because I wanted to really understand why he thought that this idea. I really want to know. I'm personally invested in understanding. Okay. That part, okay? Drama and karma, girl, because he's going to be earning some big karma for himself. He's trying to mix you up in his negative karma creations. He is funny. Anywho, let's get to the thoughts to break it down a little bit more. And then I'm going to come back to the wife situation, see how that is. Oh, talk to me about his thoughts towards Mina. What are his thoughts towards our girl Mina? I'm telling you guys, like, not to say that I never really sort of like know. Sometimes the timelines are there, and then the smallest variable, butterfly effect, will change a timeline, right? But it's just interesting to see like the things play out, the things. But yeah, I'm gonna unpack it. We want to get some insight into his thoughts towards our girl Mina. What are his thoughts towards our girl Mina? Thank you. Okay. Clearly, him coming back in was like a major shift, like a pivoting point in both of you guys' life, because you get an opportunity to kind of like affirm your boundaries, which obviously helps to strengthen, like, as you sort of like navigate these tests and, you kind of execute them the way that you do, your relationship gets strengthened, yeah, it's kind of like one of those things, the walls of the relationship becomes more and more impenetrable type thing. But this is interesting. So, as far as his thoughts about you, his thoughts is he feels like it's bad luck and he feels stuck. He feels stuck in his situation. Now is the time for us to dive into what's going on with wifey girl. Because I wouldn't understand why the hell he feels stuck. You married her. That's what marriage is for. Hello. He's funny. He is funny. Okay. So his thought process is he feels like it's bad luck with this situation. It's going to force him to navigate him feeling stuck. So let's see. How are things with him and the wife? I don't even know. What did he want from me now? Girl. I think he was just in a state of classic self-sabotage. I think he doesn't want to be in the relationship with his wife any longer. I'm going to obviously unpack the cards. So I'm eating my sweet. But I think he doesn't want to be in the relationship. And he's kind of sabotaging it, almost forcing her to leave him. But I don't know why he wants to go about it this way. Just decide it's over. Okay. How are things with the wife? Talk to me about that, guys. How do you see things going with the wife off her head? Thank you. Yeah, thought so. Hot and cold constantly. Just doesn't necessarily feel like a nice place. She lives, I wouldn't necessarily say a life of luxury, but she's not really, I guess he doesn't really feel supported by her. And when I say supported by her, it's so interesting because she does a lot of other things that he doesn't necessarily see the value in what she does. But he feels like she's with him for money, really. That's his take on it. And he's exhausted. He's tired of it. Yeah. Okay. I don't know what else to sort of like think because you've already done everything, but I'm gonna ask anyways. You did tell me 2 years ago that he does genuinely love you, so him loving someone else will not be easy because he hasn't created that space in his heart for anyone yet at all. Of it now makes at anyone yet, and all of it now makes sense. Damn, yes, she lives a life of like, yeah. That's why he's irritated by her. That's why he can't stand her. He can't stand her. Like a part of the issue in the relationship is that he feels like she doesn't help or support him per se. Like she doesn't seem to be interested in him. She doesn't seem to be invested in him, even though she's literally taking all of his investments, you know. So I think, that's a part of the situation. I think there isn't really much nurturing there as well, is why like he feels like he's lacking. So that's why he, again, was gravitating towards you. He was in this marriage for money and financial stability too. Well, there you go. The same thing you love, you shall drown in it abundantly. Okay? Because the universe is funny like that. I'm telling you, the humor radar frequency is up, y'all. But that's funny, considering it was, for money on both ends, and now that very variant is actually the very thing that is keeping them divided and separated. I think the shit is hilarious. Couldn't have written a better script myself. Mwah. Telling you. Universe is on funny. What's the advice for a girl, Mina? They said, don't communicate. Okay, wait. Okay, the communicate clearly card is in reverse. At the bottom of the deck, we got wait. Okay, you did the right. That's why I said I don't even know what to really sort of clarify here, because I know that you've already done the thing that they're probably going to advise, which is to keep your distance with the situation. I know, girl. That's why I said, is it even worth asking them what to do, because you're already doing it? But thank you for already listening to the guides. Okay. Yeah, the situation there is very, very shallow. I think he wants something of depth, I guess. Is he expecting me to wish him? He's hoping. I don't know, expecting. He's hoping and praying. Hoping and praying, maybe. Not expecting. But he's hoping for the gesture. But to warn you, if you do, this is what happens. He's like, does that mean you want to be my friend? He just comes back into this space like, are we going to be friends again? Oh, dude. Listen. Yeah, it is on his part, as far as genuine love, as close as he can get to love, because the situation with his wife is a relationship of convenience. So he has yet to experience love in the situation there. Hey, Rishi. I'm sorry, my love. The free list is closed. I think we've got one more spot available on the donation list. And yeah, we're going to be signing out soon. I've been here for a few hours, almost 4 hours now. Who else do we have on the list? But yeah, welcome. Exactly what Mina said. Welcome to the channel. But yeah, Mina, he's not really sort of experienced love. Yeah, tune in next week. I might be here. Might be here. But yeah, not love. They haven't managed to actually cultivate love from what they've got, because they're just different people. And when I say they're different people, they have lots of similarities. They came together on this same shared goal and agenda of the money situation for the marriage. But yeah, no, not at all. Okay, I'm starting to get tired now. Good timing. All right, where are we? That's okay, Mina. That was funny as hell. Thank you for sharing. Oh, people funny. Oh, I haven't seen Rika in ages, girl. It's been a good little minute. I don't know if you want to ask her to come back to the space. She's probably passed out now, because I was thinking if she's going to be here by the time we finish up. Okay. Yeah. I think Ari said she wanted the link. I'm going to drop it in the chat. And then, if not, you can also post your question, babe. Don't worry. And then we've got Kayla, and I'm assuming Kay's made it onto. Yeah, there you go. I've posted it for you, babe. Yeah, all good. Don't worry. We're here, girl. I remember you asked. Oh, that's cool. Sorry, I'm like taking it in. Okay, so Ari says, part one to my question. So I've been seeing my type with Asian girls, Latinas, everybody except for the sisters. I like Caucasian guys who are either preppy or sporty. Hey, Starlight. The free list is closed, my love. We've got one more spot available on the donation list, and that's about it. We're going to be wrapping up for the night. I think we've got 2 more readings left after this. And then that's it. Yeah. Let me start this list that Mina done. Okay. You can also stick around if anybody misses their spot as well. That might be an opportunity for you to get a read. Okay. But sometimes I do attract sporty or preppy guys, and they just be wanting cat. And is there a preppy or sporty white guy out there for me that actually likes my kind? And where are these girls finding these good-looking preppy and sporty guys that want to commit to? Oh, beautiful. You're funny. Okay. So, let's sort of unpack that a little bit because I see why you gave it to me in bits, girl. I got tidbits of it. I'm trying to sort of like see what the question in essence would be and how to word it. Sorry, my seat's so far back. Okay. So I've been saying my time. Sorry. So the question, I guess, is, guys, we've got Ari coming on. Okay, we're gonna add her to the live.
Hi.
Hey, girl. How you
Can you
doing?
hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Good stuff. Okay, so what's the main question that you want to sort of like put across? Because I've dived into the little tidbit that you gave me. I'm just looking at it now. Is there a preppy or sporty white guy out there for me that actually likes my kind? Is that the question?
Yeah, and also don't get me wrong, like I would date other races like Latino or Asian, but I mainly go for white guys.
No, and
That's
I
the
get that.
main
I get
preference.
that. That's your preference. That's your preference. Chances are, when we go for a preference, in most cases, chances are our spirit baby is basically that genetic sequence. So your kids are probably mixed race. That's all that
Yeah,
is.
they're going to be mixed race for 100%.
That's all that is. You see what I'm saying? So they're just making sure that their genetic makeup is what it needs to be for their process here. Okay. So the answer to that question is a yes, but it's very complex and complicated. So I like what you asked. I think you went on as well to ask, where are these girls finding these good-looking, preppy, and sporty guys that want to commit to?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm glad
Like
that you
and
said.
also sorry.
No, you're good. Go on.
And also, like most of these guys that I'm seeing, like I do see some in person that are with like other races, but
Mhm,
also like I see it online as well where they're like with other races, and I don't
mhm,
really see it as much with Black women, though I
mhm.
know it's possible.
Definitely. And the time is coming where that's a lot more. Um, that's a lot more of the standard or the norm, basically, right now, because we're particularly with the white demographic. Um, it has been socially acceptable, basically, to date white because obviously they have the highest societal status. So that's what that's been for a long time. But that's kind of being broken down bit by bit. So these integrations that you see of like the other races being integrated is also sort of taking us all the way back to all the way back to black as well. It's just a timing thing. Within the next sort of like 7 years, very, very much like a norm in society, right? If anything, things kind of get turned a little bit where there's I wouldn't say like everybody is kind of like moving in those spaces, but we're going to become a very much like mixed society completely.
Yeah.
So
I feel like a lot of girls have a preference for white guys. Not all girls, but like a lot of them.
Yeah.
White guys are considered conventionally attractive.
Yeah, and so what goes on with that sequence as well, the different genetics as well have different opportunities. And okay, so I'll put it like this: for some of the generations that are coming in as well, they need to be afforded certain luxuries and certain opportunities, and white privilege gives you access to that. It sounds bad. It sounds bad, but this is how the world works. So being able to integrate that into their genetic sequence, they're able to move through some resistances of societal blockers a lot more easily and effective. So don't worry about it. All that stuff's going to be cleaned up in the next few years. Let's dive into your space though, because I think, sorry, oh, damn, guys, y'all was like, oh, Rika, I can come back to you, girl. Don't worry. If you stick around.
And another, sorry.
No, you're good. If you stick around, Rika, I can come back to you after. Because we've just gotten on to Ari, so yeah. Go on, Ari.
Another thing I want to say, like, I know I said this before, but I also noticed that a lot of white guys that like black girls, they either like they don't want to commit, but they just like black women, or they like black women, but they also seem to be like too obsessed with black culture to the point where they want to be black and all that other stuff.
Yeah.
Which I don't like.
Yeah, well, I know it defeats the purpose, right? You're like,
yeah, like
you.
Like I want a white guy that's comfortable with being white, not like the ones that don't like being white and want to be another race.
Do you know what it is? Being black is being urban now, girl. Okay, and everybody just wants to be lit with what is in.
Yeah, that's true.
What it is. That's what it is. It's more societal pressure. So a lot of the times they're actually comfortable in their skin, but then once they get those societal pressures projected at them, they want to be liked more than they want to be themselves. So they mask and they adapt to their environment. That's pretty much with that situation. But as well, like those factors, because we're going to be sort of moving into like an authenticity shift in the next 5 years, that some of those things are going to be rooted out as well, because a lot of people are lost. They're lost in their mind as far as like who they are, why they are, how they are, and all of these things. So that's going to be, we'll be getting some updates. Don't worry. It's just a matter of time with that situation. And you are right, in the sense of, stay true to who you are. I'm not getting with you to sort of like be anything else. Be who you are.
Mm-hmm.
Let me go back to the question. I'm going to put this question because I think that this is the question. Is the appropriate? Okay, so I'm going to reword the question because the answer is yes. You already even answered that question because this is a closed question. This is a yes or no question. So yeah, this right here is already a yes. Let me go into your other question so that I can really unpack the question that you want to sort of see. Okay. Let's talk about finding these guys that are Ari's type. You guys know Ari's type. let's talk about where she can find some of these guys that are also ready and willing to commit. I know we're navigating through this whole epidemic of demon time, so the committal factor isn't really a necessity, and a lot of men are taking advantage of that. But in this like haystack, right? Consider it needle in a haystack. In this haystack, where is that needle that we need to find? Talk to me about that. Okay. Thank you. Okay, a couple of things that they're saying to me already. I'm going to open this space with the cards and look. Okay. 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 So for the sporty guys, I guess, a couple of things that they mentioned is that you need to be positioning yourself in the places that they would be. So if they're sporty, they're going to be in places where there are sporty situations. One of the things that I would say is, I don't know, I think you said that you're about to be, what, 20, 21?
Yeah,
How old are you?
20.
Okay.
I'm 19. I'll be 20 next month.
Okay. I'm not gonna like encourage what I was about to say. Sports bars and stuff like that as well is where you'd
Yeah, I
actually
should go
find.
there. I haven't even thought about that, to be honest. Like, what type of sports bar? Like local or places?
No, I wouldn't necessarily say too local, a little bit. So, okay, so you want something because of the type of guys that so there was a thing that you've just said. So, because you want a white guy who is comfortable in his own skin, you want to go into different areas that are a little bit further in. I don't know how to put it because they're like not right where you are, but a little bit further in, So maybe about 20, 30 minutes drive away. Minimum I'm seeing is between, so you've got a bit of a window with this. It's like 20 to 50-minute drive away. When it comes to these sports bars that you're looking for, because you're looking for something within your now sort of, I guess, dynamic. Okay. Sorry. I'm like seeing a group of guys who are also quite sporty, very charismatic, not really you see like how you kind of have experienced reserved type. They're
Yeah.
not that. So talk to me about they're not necessarily loud, but they're definitely a lad's lad. They're a guy's guy.
Hmm.
You comfortable with that?
I am, as long as they still like are willing to defend me. Like I don't want a guy who's just gonna like how do I say it?
Mm.
Like he'll drop me for his friends. Like
Good eye, because that's what comes with those types of attachments a lot of the times. So
still defends me, but like it like they could be a guy's guy as long as they don't let their friends disrespect me or anything.
okay, fair, okay. Sorry, I'm like seeing the population of it sort of dwindle a little bit because some men don't necessarily have healthy boundaries in their spaces with each other. That's all that is. And sometimes they struggle to be able to execute them. Okay, sports bars. With the sporty type of guy, within 20 to 50 minutes drive of where you are currently. Best days, interestingly, to source them are Wednesdays and Fridays. Yeah, Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays are the best days to be able to sort of like find them in those locations. With the preppy guys, that's a different sort of situation, because I'm giving you like the pools, I guess, of where you'd be able to sort of like find both of these. Oh,
I like a mix of both too. That would be even better.
I know. I'm like trying to sort of like understand, because when I sort of saw, so with the sports bar situation, the guys things there, but there's also like couple of friends who would be in situations like those where they are a little bit of an introvert. I wouldn't say that they're reserved. They're a little bit more of an introvert in comparison to their friends. So them being in that friendship group helps them to be a little bit more extroverted in their personality. So there's something there for you too. Don't worry. There's something there for you too. With the preppy guys, this is a whole different sort of like scenario in terms of finding these guys. Now, okay, so interesting. Preppy guys are usually out, from what they're sort of like showing me, right? A couple of places that you can sort of find these. Sounds weird, and I don't know if you even like this, but library, and they will be boring. I'm not going to lie to you, because I see those types very, very boring. Not enough spice to be able to keep you entertained, but I'm giving you the options that they're sort of presenting me. And then the other option that I saw with the preppy guy as well is campus friends. So are you doing the college thing? Do you have friends in college?
Yes, I have friends in college.
Okay. Yeah. That's where you'll be able to sort of find the right balance between both in the age group that you're looking for, to be able to sort of scope out. Because, okay, so one of the things that I'm seeing is that them being able to kind of like hold a conversation is important to you. That becomes tricky though, guys. Sorry, I'm like having a whole conversation with you and the guides at the same time. I'm having the conversation out loud. Give me a second. Because the thing is, with a college situation, it leaves room for like stuff like infidelity to occur, which is natural because there isn't like constant attention and connection at all times. Okay, can we get another suggestion in terms of location for finding Mr. Preppy? Okay. Sorry, I don't know. They're knocking around on my walls and stuff. Yeah, let's give me another suggestion on where we can locate some preppy characters for our girl Ari. Okay. Okay. Sorry. Okay, so the other places that they're sort of mentioning when it comes to these types of, I guess, guys, and I think you've already sort of like tried this before, forums. I think you've already sort of like engaged with people in similar. Sorry. Hold the thought, beautiful. I'm incoming. I'm receiving, because they're already giving it to me. They're like, yes, you've been in forums before, but because you also want a certain level of depth and you also want a certain level of intellect for them to be able to hold a conversation, the men today, communication's a little bit of a struggle. Yeah, they're giving me a few different aspects to the situation. All right, so what do you advise her to do in terms of finding this preppy person? Give me that then. Sorry, go
You
on.
should also look at how to attract them. for me.
That too, actually, because that's a part of the issue that one has right now, right? Whilst the shift is occurring. Okay, good one. Oh, we got, okay. Internalized energy, what have we got? Okay, interesting. Okay. Okay. So in terms of the attracting them, so because you want a guy that is comfortable in his own skin as well, one of the things that they're saying is it's a case of you, firstly, this belief system that has been developed, we got to control or delete that one to be able to create room for a new belief system, which is, again, my person who likes me, I may not, in usual cases, perhaps be what is considered his usual type based on his previous experiences of love, right? But my person who's going to find me, so we want to update the program, basically, if you get where I'm going with that, because right now the program is basically set on, these white guys don't like me, these white guys don't like black girls, these white guys like Asian girls, they like Latina girls. Do you see what I'm saying? So we're gonna, and I know that has been the experience so far, so it's basically validated itself to be true, but we've got to delete that firstly, because there's someone for you, and we're not going to sort of like, we don't care about the general population and what their situations are, because again, that's happening, like I said, because there's a societal shift that's happening, but it has to happen in stages, because obviously, no offense, but obviously, like, being black is like one of the lowest classes, if you will, actually, when it comes to the societal construct and how you're perceived to be. So as we're kind of like working through some of those paradigm shifts, you'll be able to kind of like be seen as actually the prize eventually. We're working through it right now. Okay. So delete that for a little bit, because that's not going to serve you. You're probably going to sort of continue to manifest situations where they're validating that thought process for you. And then also, I was seeing a couple of other places. Okay. Do you do arcades much?
Arcades? I would like to go to arcades more.
Arcades, definitely a place to be able to engage and interact with sporty and preppy, actually. And they're also not boring. Because I think that that's been a bit of a challenge as well, like finding the right balance between being like these contrasts of, you know, being sporty, so having a good physique, and also being preppy and not being boring, because that happens a lot. And that's where you actually kind of lose interest in them, because then they just end up to not have like, there isn't really much va-va-voom, right? There isn't really much to keep you interested. So yeah. Arcades are actually also another really great place to be able to sort of like meet the right level of preppy and sporty at the same time as well. Anything else you can give us as well, guys? Okay, they said as well, with this space, you give yourself time. When you meet someone, or when you, as soon as you kind of like, okay, so this is another thing as well. We're going to optimize. So one of the things that is an emotional barrier in manifesting that committed situation that you're looking for, you don't necessarily believe that men today are faithful?
I believe that some men can be faithful nowadays. I still believe in true love.
Okay, okay. And why is that?
Well, I believe it because like I feel like there are women who believe in true love and all that other stuff. I feel like there's a male version of me somewhere, like to an extent where like they want to commit and also don't just want any girl who wants them. Like I don't just want any guy that wants me.
Mhm.
So yeah, I believe they exist.
Okay, 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 okay. Well, that's good to know. I would say focusing then, it's good to know that you do know that they exist. It's just a small marginal population, right? So focus on those that do exist. And the first focus never needs to be like the fact that it's a smaller demographic. Just focusing on the fact that they do exist, and it's a case of like opening the heart center to be like, okay, I'm a part of that society as well, and I would like to meet, you know, my soul tribe that's also in that society, and I would also like to meet my partner that's also in that society, where we can all just engage and continue to, you know, build that reality together collectively. Also, and I'm gonna sort of like put this one on because they've like brought this one back to me as well. The and I don't want to say it, girl, but they're gonna make me say it. Okay, so they're like a part of the situation as well. While you're vibrating a little bit beneath the frequency of manifestation on it is because there is a small element, a small spirit of desperation there that doesn't necessarily believe that this can or will manifest for you. What's the situation? Is it you don't necessarily think it's going to manifest in your current location, or what are some of the resistances around the distortion? Because it's like I can't see it, I can't see it. So what's that about?
Oh, it kind of, I feel like location kind of plays a part in this, but not like too much. Like I feel like it could be possible to find a good guy where I live, but I just
Yeah.
haven't had much luck looking for one here.
Okay. Okay. Well, a couple of things. Update the program on the I, you know, the guy situation and them sort of being the way that they are in the way that they perceive certain things, around you being, you know, a Black woman, them being a Caucasian guy, and them actually being able to kind of like come together with you and be their authentic self as well. Also updating the mentor on the commitment situation. Not all of them have a fear of commitment, but you're going to be presenting yourself genetically, sort of energetically, sorry, speaking to those who are open. And then also, we are going to release that spirit small. I want to say it's like an 8 to 9% in the mix of this thing that you're manifesting. There's a small spirit of desperation. And that's the thing that is pretty much prohibiting a little bit. It's kind of like why you're vibrating just below the frequency of that timeline, like I said. And when I say desperation, it's a case of wanting to have a relationship. And it's a case of wanting to have a relationship so bad that it's constantly in reach. So it's almost like you're constantly running after the timeline, you're chasing the timeline, and the timeline doesn't actually ground for some reason. So if one can sort of like release that aspect as well, and position yourself in these places, like I said, get yourself to the sports bar, get yourself to the arcade, get yourself to you know, some of the college situations or campuses, and wet your feet. Okay, the dating is cool. Sometimes it's okay to date intentionally to get to know someone, just to get to know them. Eventually, it's something that will give you an opportunity to actually, they come and say, do you know what, you're so dope, I actually don't want to not be around you. And if I'm not around you, I want to know that I still have access to you, to be able to talk to you, to be able to sort of connect with you, to let you know how my day's going, to check in with you type thing. You just gotta, it's almost as though like as soon as there is a connection, it's almost like, right, are we going to basically make this something that's relationship worthy, fairly quickly. The guys, they don't really know until around about 4 or 5 months, to be honest with you, babe. And that sounds like a long time to really be able to sort of like get clarity. But honestly speaking, it takes a good little while for them to really sort of like be sure. And then a lot of the times they're confused in a lot of the spaces. So by the time you're kind of like, you know, giving signs or inclinations that you're ready to take that next step of like commitment, they're almost, I don't want to say scared, but almost scared at the same time. I said that I don't want to say scared because they obviously want to show like they're own and they can handle the situation. But really, it's too much too soon for a lot of them. So it might come across sometimes like it's you, and it's not. It really is a case of them not necessarily being on the same page of being ready. You kind of get in if you like the person, you feel like they're a nice person, they're treating you well, you know, right? It's clear as day for you. For them, it's the case of, oh, she's okay. It's a good day today. I'm not really sure how she's going to be tomorrow. Let's see. Women are so emotional. There's all of these other factors that starts to play out. So just bear that in mind, right? Give yourself a good 2-3 months of, you know, positioning yourself in these places, utilizing the deprogramming of some of the belief systems we just spoke about, and the reprogramming of the belief systems we spoke about that needs to be implemented, and then see how you get on.
Okay.
Within a couple of months, 2 to 3 months, you'll be able to sort of have at least 2 options presented to you in that time.
Okay.
Yeah.
This was very helpful.
Yeah, it was good for me too, actually, because I'm seeing all the ways that society is actually shifting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're growing, babe. We are getting better, I guess, but we're coming from a pretty broken place. We've got a lot of hierarchy and just nonsense in the way, basically, but we're growing. So good timing. But I hope that that was useful for you, beautiful.
Okay, it was. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Guys, who we got here? Oh, Rika posted her question, yeah? Oh, that's an interesting name. First name? Hi. Oh, I know. Rika sure is next. Okay, so we'll go to Rika's question. Oh, and also, do we have Kayla and Kay still in the room? Let me know if you ladies are still here as well. Or if Rika's my oh, sorry, I didn't even properly see the thingy there. My bad. I know, I'm seeing it here. Sorry, Rina. Sorry, Rika. Kayla. Thank you, Mina. That's what's up. Okay. Ma'am, I finally confessed my feelings to Ajitesh Chuba. I told him that I like you. He said, I'm like your elder brother. Look for the other option. What are his real intentions towards me? Okay, let's have a little look. Show me Ajitesh. What are his intentions towards our girl, Rika? Okay. Okay. Talk to me then. Help me out. Let me get some clarity. Talk to me about these missed opportunities. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Yeah, well, his intentions basically, his intentions to kind of like miss out on this opportunity. I think that this situation is more about how other people would perceive the situation. If I'm honest with you, I don't think that. Okay, forget his intentions. I want to see feelings. Sorry, I'm going to go into feelings first so that I can get some clarity on the intentions, because I think that the intentions may be hidden behind the feelings. Oh, hey, Kayla. Okay, cool. Good to know you still here. And then we're gonna go to you next, beautiful. Right. So, what we're going to do? What are his feelings towards our girl? Okay. What does that mean in essence? Clean that up for me. Okay. 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 I think, again, this has a lot to do with how it would be perceived in society, or what people would have to say on the situation. I think he cares for you. I think that he thinks that you're attractive. Again, I think it comes down to what people would think about the situation, my love. That's more so what this whole little thing is about. And I think that because of those factors as well, he can't seem to get his head around the situation and what that would potentially look like, and therefore how would he actually navigate the space as well. Yeah, he doesn't want those problems, babe. Respectfully, he doesn't want those problems. But yeah, there's an attraction there, and there's definitely care. Yeah, I think it's more a case of him feeling like people would judge that situation unfairly. And although he cares, there isn't enough feelings there for him to act on getting that kind of bad feedback, basically, because people are going to be criticizing and stuff like that. It's not necessarily a price that he's willing to pay. The feelings aren't strong enough like that. There's an attraction there, and he cares, and he thinks that you're a nice person, but it's not enough for him to basically like put his public image to be scrutinized by him putting himself in a situation with you, to be honest. Anything else our girl needs to know, guys? Sorry, anything else our girl needs to know about the situation? Okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I guess he's kind of open. Sorry. Do you see him coming back towards me? Sorry, I'm like, damn, oh my God. No, I don't. I don't, and I'm gonna tell you why, girl. Okay, there is a whole bunch going on. Literally, every card is a major arcana, bar the last two cards. No, the last three cards actually. Yeah, too much going on with the dynamics of the situation. Too much going on with the dynamics of the situation. The cost of it is far too great for him to pay that price, basically. He's not willing to pay the price. He's not willing to pay the price of what it's going to take to manifest, which is why he stays stuck in the current paradigm of what you guys are experiencing. Okay, so what do you advise our girl Rika to do in the situation then? What do you guys advise our girl Rika to do? Make it simple. Thank you. Okay. Believing what exactly? Okay. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. They're literally sort of saying that this situation's going to be an unlikely air situation for the next few months, and the action that will be taken will continue to be a no, and that shall persist over the course of the next 7 months or so, before, I guess, this kind of like fizzles out as a thought process. But yeah, I feel he isn't interested, or I feel I'm not his type. There's an attraction there, like I said, but far greater risks basically involved. Hi, Ishika. But yeah, it's more so I don't really like how this makes me look to others. I don't really like how this would potentially sort of seem. Basically, it's more from that aspect. Yeah. An attraction and care, like maybe not necessarily a deep sense of it, because he's not allowing himself to be able to fall into it. That's why he rejected me, as we both come from different financial backgrounds. He's from wealthy and from normal background. That's why, I guess, potentially those may be factors when it comes to the situation. I think obviously the dynamics between you guys, people would talk, I guess. People would talk quite a bit. And I think that those are some of the things he's not necessarily willing to figure out, really, in navigating that space. But thank you, I guess, for stopping back into the space and sharing with us. Beautiful. I hope that was useful for you, though. And kudos to you for speaking up and speaking out, and don't let this outcome deter you from speaking your true and honest feelings moving forward. Regardless, always be bold, always be brave, always be courageous with authentically honoring yourself. Okay? You're good. Don't worry. The right one's waiting. All right, give me 2 secs as well, guys. I'm going to nip to the loo quickly. Hold that thought. I think Kayla has put her question out there, and I don't know if I think I saw Kay say that she is here as well. So yeah, yep, I saw Kay. And let me add, I've got both of you guys' questions starred, so I'm going to finish up with both of you guys' questions. Kayla first and then Kay, and that is it. We are going to be good and ready for the evening. All right, guys, hold that thought. 2 secs. Good job I had it muted there. I was like listening to some meditation there for a little piece as well. Okay, let me go back to... Okay, Kayla, I'm going to start with your question first. And we're going to read that. And then we're going to go on to Kay's question. Sorry, let me sort this out. No. Okay. Okay, you're here. Okay, cool. Kay's here. I'm not sure if Kayla's still here. Yeah? Yeah, I know Kayla posted her question. I've got it starred. I'm gonna, yeah, I've popped it up on screen, I think. Yep. What is Scorpio's true intentions with me? Okay. This is a two-part question. I see you, Kayla. I see you. I see the significance of how important your question is. So I see why, I guess, the guides held space to sort of dive into this tonight. What is the Scorpio's intentions with our girl, Kayla? Make it very clear, please. Okay, thank you. Oh, interesting. Oh. He intends to be pretty impulsive in the relationship. Expectations are somewhat high. Are you guys just friends at the minute, trying to figure out if it can be more than friends at the minute? Let me ask you that question. More than friends, okay. Okay. That's probably why they're sort of saying that the friendship lines have been blurred by the impulsivity, which may sort of create a little bit higher expectations. Okay. Ruthless. Okay. A ruthless little friendship. Okay. What are his feelings then? Sorry, I'm going to go into the feelings and then break it down from there. His feelings towards our Kayla. Okay. Okay. In what sense? Oh, interesting. Look at that. And it just went right there. Thank you, guys. That was dope. I like the way you did that. Clarify this for me then. Put it all into context. Okay. So in terms of his feelings, he definitely wants to sort of give the relationship a chance. He kind of likes to be able to, I guess he likes how you guys look together. The appeal is alluring. So those factors, he does, I guess, like the idea as well of being with you. But his intentions, I'm not going to lie to you, the intentions are saying that they can be ruthless because they're impetuous and impulsive. So that's something to, I guess, be aware of. Just stay cognitive, okay? Don't panic. Stay calm. Okay. And I think the second part of the question was, will he choose R over me? Oh, let me use these lots of cards. Okay, so what I mean by impulsive is like he could have a feeling in this moment and he'll just act on that feeling in that moment impulsively, not necessarily logically rationalizing certain emotional like spats that he gets, you know, like, oh, I'm feeling good right now, I want to do this, just kind of goes that direction, I guess. So it's a case of not always thinking about the consequences of one's actions before actually executing said action. Okay, so question, will he choose R over our girl Kayla? Yeah, will he choose R over Kayla? Clearly as you can, yes or no. Thank you. Okay, we'll make it very clear. Thanks. Thank you. Okay. 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 Question to you. Who was in the story first, you or R? Who was in the story with Scorpio first, yourself or R? Because they're putting some stuff across to me. So I have to ask all the question and take it in the stages. Y'all know how it goes. That's why I wanted to ask, because they're holding a good, strong position in this race. But I feel like it was to do with more so time. Yeah. PC from time to time. Okay, so that may be where the ruthlessness and the friendship dynamic is stemming from. That's the impulsive stuff, the impulsive behavior. Okay. Clarify. When you say over R, have you given an ultimatum? Okay, I see where we're having the conversation then. Did you give him an ultimatum about the situation with R? Okay. So that's okay. God, there's a whole lot to be said on that. Okay. Oh God. No, I'm losing cards. This is about to be serious, girl. All right, let me make some room to go through all of these. Okay. Sorry, I'm like taking it all in. I told him I don't want to be in a situationship, but rather a relationship. And I hear you on that. Looking at the situation, I'm not gonna lie, I think R is still a pretty, I'm not gonna say laid back situation, but I guess there's favors that feels less stressful, and I'm putting my fingers in quotation marks, but that's because all the stuff feels, all the stuff feels like, yeah. I think they're actually in a full-blown relationship, to be honest with you, my love. I think they're already in a full-blown relationship. That's just me being honest. Just looking at all the dynamics on the cards when it comes to the situation. From what I can see, they're already in a relationship, full-blown. Have been, probably gotten a little bit more serious. Yeah. What does this mean for you now? Him kind of, I guess, essentially being committed in something else. Is that your ultimatum? Like, are you staying firm on your boundary? I'm just asking you the question because obviously I know you're going to go back and tackle this situation. So I'm just kind of like seeing, how you plan to navigate that space and going back to face it head on. It seems like they're already in a full-blown relationship, babe. Not a full-blown relationship like, we're going steady and stuff, but we're about to go steady type stuff. And it feels like it's already been developing significantly over the last several weeks. I'm talking to someone else who wants commitment, but I just wanted to know where his head is at before I make a decision. Yeah, I think the situation with R is it's a thing. It's a thing. And I don't think it's kind of going anywhere, I guess, with the situation. It was interesting because it was showing that I know that there was probably some sort of like emotional investment in the space, but they were just like, he does choose R presently and he chooses R moving forward. But there's no like need for forgiveness on anything because the situation was just poorly timed and it doesn't need to be reconsidered in order for there to be abundance. But now I'm realizing that you already have a situation that actually levels all of this stuff out. But yes, R will be, I guess, chosen in this ultimatum sequence that you've presented. And yeah, I guess Scorpio, is a little bit ruthless about it, because one would be sneaky about it as opposed to upfront. I want to leave, but I'm scared because he has explicit photos of me. Will he try to expose me? Firstly, let's dead that. And secondly, I was going to say, let's stick around and get access to the photos and erase those before we, exit stage left. But no releasing of photos. No releasing of photos. I don't see. No releasing of photos. Sorry, I'm just checking to confirm. Yeah, no releasing of photos, but he will keep them for himself. So yeah, get yourself back in there, girl. Okay, get yourself nice and comfy. Find a moment where one is disarmed enough to delete from trash. Yeah. All that good stuff. Okay. And so you can make like a clean break and exit and go on to live your new bestest life. Okay. With Mr. I'm not afraid of commitment over this side. Okay. And you're the one that I want to commit to. That part. So yeah. I hope that was useful for you. Oh, dude. That's so funny. That's so good, beautiful. That's so good. Thank you, guys. Sorry. Oh, thank you, beautiful. Thank you for the question. And thank you guys for like receiving my honesty, because sometimes some of this stuff is hard to deliver. I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes it's hard, but thank you guys for just being open. It encourages me to be open too. Right, Kay, you are the final person on the list, closing out the list. Okay. What new changes are entering my life now that I made a major change? Yes, Kay, you mentioned something about meeting your dad. So paternal wounds are being healed. They come with different blessings. Oh, paternal wounds are being healed, man. That absence, when you get back into that space together, it's like no time had passed. Right, let's go and dive into it. So, what new changes are coming for Kay? Now that there's been a major change in her life. Okay. Your leadership skills are going to be called into demand. Your power is going to be called into demand as well to create some breakthroughs for those struggling with their own mental clarity. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking, Kay? Just, I mean, you don't have to share, but just because they're saying something to me, I want to get the relevance of it. Okay. So there is a wound from 23 that has been healed during this cycle that you've just navigated. Your optimization process updated a wound at chapter 23, age 23, which is going to sort of, again, it's going to open doors for your entrepreneurship as well. We spoke about the leadership qualities being called into demand. You will have the same situations as well, kind of showing up in family situations and friendships as far as like the leadership thing. You'll be called on, we'll say counsel, but more so as a bit of an oracle, to be able to kind of like assist some of the others in your friendship and family groups to basically navigate through some of the stuff that they're navigating through. And I know that there has been a certain element of this for you all along, but the level at which it's going to be increased is going to be different for you. And also the kinds of problems that you find people coming to you with shall be new, because you are now equipped to be able to deal with people on those levels. You've got a financial windfall coming in, but it's not for a while yet, to be fair. What's going on now is going to play out for at least the next 17 months, to kind of throw you off focus into some of the stuff, into some of the stuff that you're navigating through right now. The next 17 months, you're going to be coming into a financial windfall. So the friendship circles, that may be something that is probably okay with you moving. The friendship circles are probably some of the things that are likely to sort of like change clearly a little bit, in terms of you being able to be in demand. You're away, so it's a different dynamic. I see why people are clutching, basically, or I don't know if it's an intentional or unintentional. Well, it's unconscious, clutching at your energy, so you become more in demand. But there's a financial windfall. When you go over there, there are certain things that are able to sort of unfold for you in terms of your entrepreneurship, and that leads you on a certain course. And you pivot on that course 15 months from now, and 17 months from now, you get a financial windfall, because this move situation positioned you to be in the right place at the right time with the right variables of odds in your favor. 5 months from now as well, there's likely to be a situation with the entrepreneurship stuff as well, where it feels like there's a setback to your direction, that you're moving there, but it's not a setback. It's kind of like a waiting for the right people to be presented by the universe, because there's somebody that comes in around about that time, and they're almost a catalyst to a project that you've been assigned for a minute. And the struggles that you were having to be able to sort of like figure out how to execute it, they're your agent that brings in the key codes for you to be able to obviously ground that assignment here in the 3D and really be able to sort of execute on it. And then there's other projects that sort of like comes off the back end of that as well. Yeah. They said that's it. That's all she needs to know for now. I don't know if you took any notes, girl, but I would go back and have a look and see because there's the person when they show up, you'll know as well. You almost sense and feel your soul contracts being activated in your gut. Yeah, when that gut feeling shows up, go into asking the right questions and all will be revealed to you, is what they're saying to me. Okay. So in that case then, guys, what is the guidance for Kay in navigating this awesome move? Okay. Meditate on the answers and don't necessarily choose a new path. So your successful entrepreneur is being born in these new ley lines that you're experiencing. Meditate on the answers. You'll be good. Trust the process. The right timing will reveal itself to you. Like I said, I think I said 5 months from now, was it? Yeah, the person's going to come in to be able to create the catalytic changes moving forward. But yeah, I hope that was useful for you, because you're my last of the night. And this wasn't too bad. 5 hours. Not too bad. I've done worse time. That's okay, beautiful. Thank you for stopping into this space and sharing space with us. You're good. You are good. And guys, I'm actually packing up the cards, to be fair. What's the question that you have? Depends on the question. If it's a quick one, I could potentially sort of dive into it quickly because my channels are waning. I'm getting tired now, so my channel's on as anchored. Yeah, it's been a minute since listen, I'm surprised that I managed to hold the space for 5 hours. That's good if you ask me. It's my first time back in a minute. I even had to build myself up last time to the point where I got to. What was the question you was going to ask? Do you want to hold it until wanted to know how my gifts will optimize the person that's coming in 5 months? Respectfully, you gonna fuck around and find out with them. Yeah. The person that's coming in 5 months, they are a teacher and a student of yours at the same time. So when I say they're a teacher, they are going to teach you how to, remember I was saying that there's unlocking codes. They're going to, exactly what you just, they're going to teach you how to unlock some of those codes, because it takes like that personal time to really understand your specific gifts and accessing those codes and how to tap into the genetic sequence to be able to like optimize the blueprint, bring it to the forefront of the conscious mind and have it like as a conscious experience for your human. You also teach them other stuff as well. So it's both of you guys grow and learn from each other, but it takes, I don't think that this person's like around just yet. It takes about 5 months or so for you guys, now that you're on this current timeline as far as where you live, and being able to manifest that. And sorry, my bad, girl. Good for you, right? Moving with the shifting of the tides as well. Yeah, that's what's up. Good for you. You can do exactly that. And this person that's coming in is also going to teach you how to go even deeper into that as well, which is good. Right. This is you moved from the place where the spirits were requiring your help, right? Remind me. No more bozos. Remind me. You did. I believe you moved from the place. Now I heard noises first night. Don't worry, spirits are everywhere, girl. It's an ethereal body, but it's just more a case of you know, nicer spirits than others. I'm sure when you got over there, the spirits are like, "Oh my God, she's here!" Yeah. Okay. There's what? Shadow people. Last place had spirit. Shadow people. Yeah, shadow people can be a little bit draining and exhausting, to be honest. All they know is trauma, so yeah, it's a little bit much. They're basically the shadow counterpart to each light, so their whole thing is just trauma, fear, rage. Oh. Hey, KLCC. CC, I'm locking up shop. No, I'm finished for the night. I've been out here for like 5 hours, so I'm gonna go and go to bed because it is 3 a.m. here, and I've got gym at 10:30. So yeah, I'm gonna call it a night, guys. But thank you guys for being here and welcoming me back into the space. Yeah, I'm glad that you are feeling much better because the shadow people literally are exhausting. Okay. The person still there wants me back. I'm doing a virtual family reunion. Okay, that's what's up. I love that. That's what I was saying to you. You know, family are one of the places that you'll be sort of called in demand as well. So that's good. I'm glad to see that you're exercising on some of those assignments already. You're just straight on the ball with it. And they wouldn't bounce. And I hear you on that as well. I hear you on that. Certain spirits are a little bit more, you know, stubborn than others. But thank you guys for just being so dope. Let whoever lived there handle them spirits. To be fair, right? Because I've come here and I do readings and everything here. And I'm going to Jamaica like at the end of this year to go and sort out some business stuff out there. And I think I'm going to be like renting, like subletting this place. And I was just thinking, oh my God, what am I going to do? Because there's going to be a whole bunch of spirits up in here, not just mine, but everybody else's. Obviously, they don't stay all the time, but once a portal's open to them, they can move and engage. Like, yeah, it's a whole thing. But no, I'll keep you guys posted on that. I'm going to keep you guys posted on the JA stuff as well, because I don't know what I'm going to do when I do get out to JA and how we're going to be able to hold space and stuff. But I'll figure it out closer to the time because I'm going to be out there for months. Literally about 3, 4, possibly almost 5 months. So I'll keep you guys posted. But thank you guys for being dope as always. Love. Okay. I'll catch you guys next Saturday. I think I've got that's another thing, guys. I'm working like a dog. I keep saying like a dog, but honestly, dogs don't really do much work. I'm working like a human. I'm working like an AI. Okay, because they're the real workers. Okay. But yeah. Next Saturday should be cool because I'm working 6 days a week, and then I will see you guys on the Saturday. Mwah, mwah, mwah. God bless as always, guys. Let's sign out.
All the things they said to hold her back, they never seem to leave her head and tend to keep her mind at war. All the things they said to hold her back, they keep her locked inside of all the times when she's been
All right, guys. Stay woke. Stay good. Okay. For God's sake. And just keep being awesome. Love you guys. Bye. Next Saturday for sure. I'm not going to leave it this long again. Okay. All my transits are finished. I might have other Saturn stuff coming up, but I'll keep you guys posted. Bye.